Well, thank you, councillors and members of the public and anybody who is watching. Welcome to this afternoon's meeting, the ordinary meeting of Hilltops Council on the 22nd of May 2024. May I firstly acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today. I humbly pay my respects to the people of the Wiradjuri and Ngunnawal nations, their past, present and emerging elders. We do have somebody in the public gallery, so if you are asked to evacuate, and this is for councillors as well, the emergency procedure is to exit via the door leading out of the building directly outside the council chambers and proceed to the footpath opposite the council chambers and await further instructions. This council meeting is being streamed live, recorded and published in accordance with council's live streaming in council meetings policy. To the person present in the gallery today, by attending a public meeting of the council, you are consenting to your image, voice and comments being recorded and published. I don't think we have anybody speaking today. All right. The chair and or the general manager have the discretion and authority at any time to direct the termination or interruption of live streaming. Such direction will only be given in exceptional circumstances where deemed relevant. Circumstances may include instances where the content of the debate is considered misleading, defamatory or potentially inappropriate to be published. Attendees are advised that they may be subject to legal action if their actions result in inappropriate and or unacceptable behaviour and or comments. We don't have anybody down for the public forum today, so I will continue with the statement of ethical obligations. Councillors are reminded that they will undertake the duties of the office of councillor in the best interests of the people of Hilltops local government area and the Hilltops Council, and that they will faithfully and impartially carry out the functions, powers, authorities and discretions vested in them under the Local Government Act 1993 or any other act to the best of their ability and judgment as per their oath or affirmation of office made under Section 233A of the Local Government Act 1993. Now, today we have applications for leave and put before council that we accept the application to attend the meeting by digital means with written confirmation from Councillor Dodd due to sick leave, Councillor Armstrong for medical reasons and Councillor Stadmiller due to carer and health reasons. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Pullman. A seconder, Councillor Mackie. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. I haven't received any other apologies. No. All right. I'll move on to sympathy expressions and ask that the staff and members of the public be upstanding for a minute's silence to express our sympathy on the passing of Francis Freudenstein, Mark Brennan, Ellie Robinson, Lynn Wood, James Patrick, John Taylor, Lucy Pettit, Ross Freudenstein, Richard Metcalf, Jill Adams, Barbara Simons, Rosalie Green and Gregory Mott. Thank you, councillors. Right, we move on to 6, confirmation of minutes. 1, confirmation of minutes, Hilltops Council ordinary meeting, 24th of April 2024.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Do I have a seconder? Okay, Councillor Papa. I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Are there any disclosures of interests? Councillor
Yes.
Mary.
I have a non-pecuniary interest in 12.15 DA 2023/0193.
I have.
Yes, Councillor Dodd, we have yours here too.
Yeah, I have a non-pecuniary interest in 12/16/24/125, 12/17/24/126, and 12/18/24/127, and in 12/26/24/134A. And I will stay in the chamber, not participate in the debate, and not vote.
Thank you, Councillor Dodd. Okay, we'll move on to 9, the mayoral minute. I don't have any today. The mayoral report is in front of you. The most important one most probably was the CRJO meeting. As soon as the minutes are up, where they will be available to councillors. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Foreman, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. We'll move on to the councillors' reports. We have those down. Councillor Armstrong, anything else that you'd like to add?
Nothing else to add.
Thank you. Councillor Dodd?
Yes, I have 2 more things. On the 17th of May, I went to the Farm Galong High Tea fundraiser at Young, and the 18th of May, the Right to Give Voice to the Bush. And I'd just like to make a comment on the New South Wales Public Library Association meeting that I attended, and just the connection to communities, to all libraries, and the facilities and the services that they offer were really obvious, and that we have a very proactive library here in Hilltops. And a pleasant increase in youth borrowing, and also a continued increase in ebooks. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodd. Councillor Fitzgerald?
Yeah, as minuted, plus I attended on May 15th, the farm fundraising run at the CWA buildings.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Foreman?
Meetings is minuted.
And yes, thank you. Councillor Mackie?
All my May ones.
Please.
All my May ones are as minuted, but I didn't put the Anzac Day at BOOROWA on the April, so I've just included in the May.
Thank you. And Councillor Piper?
Yeah, as it is, and I didn't put the Anzac meetings in either.
Thank you. And Councillor Ingram?
Meetings is minuted, and I also attended the Anzac Day ceremony at Brewery.
Thank you. And Councillor Stadmiller?
Madam Mayor, meetings is minuted, and just want to say the turnout for some of the former Harden Shire Council area Anzac Days were phenomenal. Bit hard to get to Galong and Wombat for those ceremonies, but I made Harden dawn, Harden morning in my capacity as a councillor where I laid wreaths. I attended Murrumbara where 2 outgoing light horse members were recognised with bronze statues. I made it out to Jugiong where the seat that Alan Sharp normally sits in on the way to the ceremony was left vacant in his memory this year, which was very fitting. And it was an excellent service as well, and you attended that along with the local member. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Hewson?
Signage for the brewery out that one.
Thank you. All right, can I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald, a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Foreman. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. We'll move on. We have in front of us community recognition. Do we have any community recognition today? Councillor Stadmiller?
I'd just like to recognise Harden's Grace Kemp in making her debut in the NRLW State of Origin side. She came off the bench wearing number 16, put in a stellar performance, and her career just continues to go from strength to strength, and she deserves a community award for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller, and we certainly recognise her continued performance and enthusiasm for her chosen sport.
I have one, Councillor.
Yes, Councillor Piper.
A couple of months ago, I put forward a young fellow named Jack Dimmick. He won a national rowing title, the school he goes to. Well, he's just won another one last weekend, another national title.
Well, there's no stopping him, is there? Thank you, Councillor Piper. Councillor Flannery, we've just welcome to our meeting, and we're just doing the community recognition scheme. Is there anybody? You right? Okay, thank you. All right. Yes, we need a mover. Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald, and a seconder, Councillor Stadmiller. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. All right. Now we have before us tonight a late report. And before us to accept the late report, 1226, distribution of council's financial assistance and sponsorship program. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Foreman. And a seconder? We will debate it later. As a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Ingram. This is just to accept it. Yep, okay. Righto, those in favour?
Question, Madam Mayor. Can we find out what the report is before we accept it?
We all received the report today. It would have been in your email and on the hub, and it would have been there about 12, I think, in your email. And
I've had my head buried in papers, sorry, all afternoon. Could you just give me the name of the item?
Yes, the item is distribution of council's financial assistance and sponsorship program, and it's a late report 12.26 24134A.
So potentially seeking changes to that or additions to that?
Pardon me?
Is that potentially seeking changes or additions to that?
That I had two conversations going on just then. This was as a result of the meeting on Monday, of which I believe that you are usually a part of, but weren't on the committee, but were not at the meeting. And it was agreed at the meeting that the late report would be put into council, and it has to do with distribution of council's financial assistance and sponsorship program.
Fair enough. Yep, happy to deal with it when it comes.
Okay, all right. All those in favour? I have a mover and a seconder, didn't I? Yep. Anybody against? No. All right, thank you. We'll deal with that in due course. All right, the next thing is before us is to move forward item 15.8 24143, the smart water meter business case. It is enclosed, but so we will have to move into confidential to consider the item, and we need to consider it. Am I right, Mr. General Manager, before we can proceed with?
Yeah, so the
matters.
The business case for the smart water meters has been included in the annual budget, which will be also here tonight to be placed on public exhibition. So, councillors, if you approve the business case, then the annual report, the operational program will be tabled as it is. If councillors do not accept the business case, then when we come to that report, it will be a given that that item will be removed from the budget. So procedurally, you have to make a decision on the business case first, because if you approve the budget, you unilaterally would be approving the business case. And given its magnitude, that's not appropriate and not consistent with our financial improvement strategy guidelines, which you have approved. So on that basis, that item, because it contains confidential information, needs to be resolved before you debate the operational plan. Thank you.
Okay.
What can I do? Just give Councillor Flannery a quick one-liner about what you just said about what we're doing, please.
So, Councillor Flannery, the smart water meter business case is a business case that council need to determine on its own merit. Should you approve that business case, then when you come to the draft Hilltops Council operational plan, which includes the annual budget, it is included in that annual budget. If you resolve not to accept the business case and not proceed with the acquisition of the smart water meters, when we come to the operational plan, it is then given that we will need to remove that. But it's a procedural thing, as in, if you don't accept it, if you receive the operational plan first, by virtue, you're doing it out of sequence. Thank you.
Okay, so we can move those together. All right, A and B, do I have a move forward items 15.8, smart water meter business case, and B, resolve into confidential closed council to consider the item. Thank you, Councillor Ingram and Councillor Pullman. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. All right. Thank you. We'll just move into closed. Okay, we're now live and we're continuing.
Through you,
yes, I mean, Mr. GM, do you want to give a
through
summary?
you, Madam Mayor, council, while in confidential, resolved to defer the matter to the next meeting in relation to the 15.8 smart water meter business case. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. General Manager. If we turn now to what are we back? General Manager's report, and we have in front of us, well, we all do in front of us, the executive and the meetings attended. So receive and note.
So move.
The executive and staff. Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Seconder, Councillor Pullman. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. We will move on as soon as it's up. Okay, and we're up to 12.2, which is the quarterly budget review for March 2024. And in front of us, we have the resolution to receive and note the March 2024 quarterly budget review, adopt the recommended variations for the Hilltops Council 2023-2024 budget as set out in the March 2024 Hilltops Council quarterly budget review.
I'll move that. Okay,
thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Hewson. Councillor Fitzgerald, do you have questions?
No questions for statements at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ingram.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a number of questions. The first one I think I'll ask is, what does other expenses cover?
So there has been a move in the Local Government Act where
sorry, I'll ask it again. I don't want opinions. I just want an answer. What does other expenses cover?
It's just miscellaneous expenses. There's quite a lot of just miscellaneous expenses
As
appear in
in-
there. So the council expenses, audit expenses,
Sorry?
council expenses, audit expenses.
Councillor expenses? Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, so council expenses, audit expenses, and a lot of
I'm
other
sorry, councillors or council?
councillors, yeah,
Councillors expenses, okay.
audit expenses. So a lot of miscellaneous expenses. I can provide a list of those. There's quite a lot of miscellaneous type expenditures.
So there's quite a lot of miscellaneous expenses.
Yep.
One
can
of them
provide
being
them.
councillors expenses.
Correct. Yeah, amongst a lot
So
of other stuff.
councillors expenses, how would I incur a councillor expense? Went to a conference or something on water or something.
Yeah, and the fees.
Through you, Madam
The
Mayor, does
ticket
it
to
also
go,
include
yep.
insurance?
Sorry, and insurance. Yeah,
And insurance.
some of
they're
that's
larger.
that has been moved by the LGA. They moved some things out of other expenses into materials and contracts.
Okay.
So if
So
you're
what-
looking at previous reports, there's a difference between materials and contracts and other expenses.
Thank you. That's going to come up to the point in a minute.
Yeah.
And I find it strange how that works. The next clarification I need is in regard to the word original. When you go back through the QBRs and you have an original budget. Now, I didn't go to university, but original, I've got a rough idea what original means. It's the first one. So we come along to the QBRs and you know what? The original budgets are all different. How many originals can you have? I'm in a firm belief you can only have one original budget. Why is the original budget changed?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, are you referring to looking at, say, the report, the budget, the March quarterly budget review, the first column, which is called the original budget? That's a term that comes out of the system.
I'm talking about, go back in your QBRs, back to this, and it's got original budget.
Yep.
Let's use a number, any old number, 200,000. Two QBRs later, the original budget's 400. How can that be? Can someone explain to me how a column is headed original budget, but it can be changed whenever? How are we supposed to know where we're up to without going back through every QBR like I have been and spending days trying to track these movements?
So through you, Madam Mayor, I believe that the original budget, the intent is that was the budget that was approved most likely in June of 2023 for the 23-24 budget.
Yep.
As explained, I think, or intimated by the CFO, that there may have been some reallocation between categories in that original budget, although bottom line should still be the same.
Why aren't they listed in the carryovers and the budget movements in the QBRs?
Because
gonna show you they're not. Some are, a lot aren't.
Yeah, the expenses and the income it's the as I've articulated, it would be the classification as we're required by the OLG to move those around, but all of the carried forwards, etc., are documented as per what has been approved. Mr. CFO, would you like to add to that?
No, that's correct. But the original budget and then the columns, there's 4 columns that then appear with approved changes which are brought to council.
That's
and
correct.
then we
I
have a
understand
current
that.
budget, and then we've actually looked at the year-to-date expenditure and then made adjustments in the proposed adjustments. But the only change, as the gentleman just said, in the original budget, is that I can give you a list of those. There's been a classification change between other expenses and materials and contracts, and that was
So all of a sudden,
legislated by OLG. So
other expenses went from $54,000 to zero on councillors' expenses and insurance, and that's just for the young water I'm talking about there. Anyway, let's move on from that then, because it seems to be a very colluded area to try and explain how those numbers, being original, change from being original 2 or 3 times. I just can't comprehend, but anyway, maybe someone can tell me at a later date. The wages reported in the QBR, and just to make things more difficult, the report we had to attend a workshop on the 3rd of May, and the figures that came out on the 14th of May in another document, they're different too. So you do your work over the workshop paper and then have to do it again. But the wages for the year to date for the young water plant, $437,000, $440,000. You're talking about wages in the first 3 quarters, breaking it up into 3, they're roughly $146,000. In the last quarter, we're expected to spend $270,000 in wages. Can someone explain to me how you, over 3 quarters, you're using 146, and in the last quarter, you anticipate using $270,000 in wages?
That's, pardon me, that's the estimates we're getting from the business, from infrastructure.
Sorry, where?
From infrastructure. That's the estimates we're getting.
Could infrastructure, please explain to me how our wages go from 146, given it over 3 quarters, to the last quarter, $270,000. We're doubling our workforce. I don't know.
Return to the 400,000 there, we've spent 7 year-to-date March.
So through you, Madam Mayor, so far we have expended $437,000 in the Young Water Fund. We are expecting to get close to the current budget.
700 million.
Yes, and that's through a combination of a change to the profile of our work. Our capital works have slowed down a bit in that area, and also we are close to full staff, where we did have some lower staffing levels throughout the year.
Thank you. It would appear that our staff has doubled for the last quarter, given those numbers. You've answered to the best of your ability. I find it strange how these numbers jump about so much, and they're consistent. We go to the BOOROWA water supply. We have an original number of $420,000 for material and costs. Then there's a movement of 20,000, which makes it 420, and 20 makes it 440. Then all of a sudden it's 500,000 plus 20 to make it 520,000. Again, one document says the original was 420 plus 20. The next document reads 500 plus 20. Can someone explain that to me without any carryovers in the column for the last previous QBR?
So you're referring to the, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, the 500,000 current budget plus the 20 to give us the 520,000, and we've spent 407 year to date.
What I'm saying is, in the QBR, in the document before that, it was 420,000 plus 20,000 to 440. Now it's 500,000 plus 20 to 520.
Well, the original budget started at 500,000.
Go back to last QBR, Mr. CFO, and the original was 420.
Oh.
I'm not here to argue at all with anyone. You can take that on notice and have a look and come back to me.
Shall do. Yep.
Thank you. The wages movement, you've explained the $68,000 movement. But I have got a question about that. I have to go back to the front page where you stated that, where am I? Yeah. Sorry, that's in the Harden. I'll get to the Harden one. Well, BOOROWA was the same. $68,000 has moved because staff are not working on capital. Is that correct? The last line on page 32, employee costs have increased by $68,000 due to staff not working on capital. Page 32.
That's correct.
That correct? Okay. So they're not working on capital, so they're doing their normal work.
Yeah.
So if they were working on capital, who'd be doing that normal work?
Well, I think I can defer the director of infrastructure, but there's been the water and sewer staff have been moving from Young, etc., across the district. So that means there's been charges obviously adjusted when they put in their timesheets, charge those various areas. What we've identified is there's a reduction in the capital works between now and 30 June, and so we then adjusted for that fact.
Thank you for that. My question again is $68,000 due to staff not working on capital. So they're not working on capital. So that's just use your imagination. They're working on capital. They'd be doing the other $68,000 worth of work.
I'm sure I can defer to the Director of Infrastructure, but there's obviously a team within the Water Seal Fund where those staff are moving around. So they move between the various sites.
So basically the funding just puts wherever you want to put it. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that answer. Other expenses went from 77,000 on the 3rd of May to $250 in this report. $77,000 worth of insurance and councillors' expenses and whatever else might come under that miscellaneous.
So
bucket.
I can give you a list of those adjustments that have occurred
If you have a
between.
look at the maths, most of it I think you're just transferring between your materials, the cost and employees' cost, and it's just
it was
one big bucket.
It was an OLG, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. It was an OLG instruction in relation to moving
Thank you.
certain expense accounts between other expenses and materials and contracts. I can
Water.
provide a list of those.
Yep. Harden water, same thing. Materials and contracts, there's movements there of 30,000 between one original and the next original. And then we have a big disparity with the wages. Original budget 95,000 or 96,000, close enough. We come along the columns and there's a few adjustments, and then we get to $152,500 proposed adjustments to make the forecast budget 246,000 as opposed to 95,000. And it says again, they weren't doing capital works. Let's say they were doing all those capital works for that money. Who was going to do all the other work they were doing?
I'd have to defer to the Director of Infrastructure.
Because you just mentioned, and I'll leave that with the water, because I don't think it can be answered at this current time. And when you say moving between water and sewer, lo and behold, you look at the sewer and the same sort of things happening. So you go to the sewer in Young, and there's a first 3 quarters about roughly $89,000 a quarter being spent on wages, and then the last quarter there's $160,000 to be spent on wages. Again, we've doubled our workforce. The same as the water. So I don't know how they're interacting. In Young, water and sewer, both funds, the wages appear to double in the estimates for the last quarter. I don't know how you're going to answer that, but anyway, other expenses, there's a big disparity there in the numbers there. I don't know how it works. BOOROWA sewage, same thing with the wages again. $24,000 a quarter up to the last quarter, and then there's $44,000 for the last quarter. Only not double, but getting close to it. The other expenses, $33,000 down to zero. There's a movement between the materials and contracts numbers, but I can see a connection with the other expenses coming there to be explained that way. And lo and behold, the wages for the Harden sewer are the same thing. They double for the last quarter, as opposed to the first 3 quarters. I'm not too sure, in all good faith and giving everyone benefit of the doubts, just about how close to being accurate those numbers are, given that you mentioned that the interaction between water and sewer, and that's okay, but when you do the maths, both funds, in the last quarter, the wages appear to double in the forecast. So I don't know if we're doubling our workforce or we're paying them overtime or not, but when you have time, probably the next meeting, or someone can back to me and explain how we can forecast the double increase in wages in the last quarter, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll just add before I pass to the Director. My understanding is we had many vacancies within the water and sewer team, and they have moved teams around, and we have been able to recruit some of those people. And now that we have a more full team, we can do more work, but I will pass the Director to add anything to those comments.
So wages 167 plus 16.
So as the General Manager mentioned just then, I'll refer to one of my previous answers. Yes, the change in employee costs is expected due to a change in the profile of our work of capital versus operational, and also a reduced number of vacancies in the team. However, if councillors require a detailed explanation of how that's been calculated, we will have to come back to you.
Well, I'd appreciate it, because I think if my accountant gave me that, I'd have to ask some questions. And the question I was still struggling to comprehend $153,000 in the Harden Water Fund, because it's been reallocated because they're not doing capital works. Capital works have been removed. So if they hadn't been removed and they were doing them, who does the other work? I struggle with the logic. But anyway, thank you for your answers. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor. And
Sundry.
look, part of it's questions and part of it's a response to some of Councillor Ingram's concerns, or adding to Councillor Ingram's concerns. I read it slightly differently to Councillor Ingram with the same outcome. I read it that we're either short of materials for capital works, and so they've gone. My reading of this is we've got X number of staff, they turn up for work each day, and weekly, however it works, they've got to be allocated work daily if they're really badly organised. And we've done the budgets and we've said, okay, well, we need to capitalise a fair bit of this work so we can put employee costs onto capital. And someone goes, oh, that's good, but we haven't got any pipe to put in. Right, okay, well, we can't do capital works if we haven't got the pipe, or we haven't booked up the excavators to dig the trenches, so you're going to have to all go back onto R&M. So that's exactly how I read this report. You're back on R&M because we don't have the pipe or we don't have the gear to do the capital works, which begs the question is, what are they doing on R&M? Are they just wandering around trying to find jobs, or are they doing repair work that was planned anyway? But it reads to me like mismanagement, because we've got X number of staff, they're getting paid anyway, it's where they get allocated the jobs. So to Councillor Ingram's point, what were they doing? Well, we were hoping that we'd capitalise their works program, but clearly we don't have the materials in store, so we've actually got to put them back to R&M. So it reads like a report of bad management. Okay? Could I please be advised of what the Harden capital works of 250,000 other programs? It just says 250,000 other programs. It doesn't say it's an increase or a decrease. It just says other programs. Could we be advised of what other programs is? Could we be advised of why we are having to allocate these staff back to R&M? Is it because we don't have the materials? What are the actual answers on this? I'm actually going to move to the report be rejected to come back to another meeting.
So the issue was when we done for 38.
That's while the executive are conferring. The quarterly budget review is information to report to council where staff believe the budget will be at the end of the year, plus some movements as indicated are required. This quarterly budget review forms the basis of the operational plan. It is the quarterly budget review's projections form the first column of the long-term financial plan operational budget for next year. So if it is deferred, it may impact your deliberations on the operational plan budget.
So I can comment through you, Madam Mayor, that if we go to page 32, the capital program to be completed by the end of the year was not 35.7, it was about 38 million. And so that couldn't be achieved. So those various programs were taken out of the capital program, and then those adjustments were made back to the operation budget.
Could you restate that, please?
So the original amount to complete, pardon me, we originally had 30, which was reported at the workshop. We had a budget to complete of 38 what was it initially? 38 million, 39.5, I beg your pardon. And it was then moved back to 35.7 because basically infrastructure couldn't complete those projects. So we then reversed it out of the capital programs. So that's why you have the adjustments.
But, well, that begs the obvious question, why couldn't you complete the programs? Because you've allocated the staff. The staff resources are there because we know they're there because you actually allocated them back out of the budget. So there's only one or two reasons why you couldn't complete the project, because you didn't have the staff, but you did because they're already sitting in the capital works budget, or you didn't have the materials.
Well, I'll let the Director of Infrastructure answer that, but that was the reason that the budget was remaining to be spent for the year.
Sorry, it's not a reason because you've got the staff allocated to the job. There's two things you need to complete a task: time and supplies. You've got the time because they're sitting in the budget.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
through Madam Mayor, to go back to the start of this part of the discussion, the reduction in capital work isn't because we don't have the materials. Our operational work, particularly in the water and sewer space, is a combination of planned and reactive maintenance. So what we've found going through the capital program for this year, we started off with a very ambitious capital program, and we've found that we don't have the human resources to complete that program, and that's why that program has been scaled back. Those employees are definitely being productively used. However, mostly the reactive maintenance that's come through has led to a reduction in the amount of work that we can perform in the capital space.
Okay.
So the answer is that there has been breaks and other causes for water loss or repair work or breakdowns of pumps or whatever it might be that have caused you to defer capital works. Is that correct? Because you've had R&M that's needed doing?
Yes, that's definitely part of it. The other part I didn't mention is outside of the water area, we rely on engineers and project managers to deliver capital projects, whether we're delivering the projects ourselves or whether we're using contractors. And that has been a resourcing issue for us, definitely, in the employee space.
So we didn't have anyone booked up to do the jobs from the outside?
For those jobs that we have removed from the capital program, yes.
And just to confirm the Finance Director's comments, we do have, so we have the materials on board and they've been paid for, so they're sitting in store. We're just having to reallocate the labour.
I wouldn't say that we have all the materials in store. Some materials are kept in store for our projects, but definitely not all of them. What I was saying about materials is getting the materials isn't a problem for us delivering capital works. It's our physical ability to do the work with our other operational workload.
Okay.
The other question I asked, the 250,000 other programs, is that a decrease, increase? And what are the other programs? 250,000 in the scheme of those numbers, it's a material amount.
I'm not across that number. I'll have to refer to the Chief Financial Officer.
I can provide a list of those through you, Madam Mayor. I can provide a list of those programs. It's across a whole range of things. Museum, RFS, library, Red Hill, Young Town Entrance, etc. So I can provide a list of that 250,000 if required. It's quite a few. I didn't list them all down. There's about 10 of them, 10 or 12 of them.
Right.
Harden Water.
That one, that number there.
Yeah, this is the bit, this is.
So that,
Oh, the
yeah,
250.
so that other programs figure of 250,000 is a combination of various other smaller programs that have they been decreased?
Yeah.
I assume they've been decreased. Yep.
So I'll just have one more point of clarification, Madam Mayor.
Yes, you have had one say, but are we happy for Councillor Ingram to speak again?
Thank you. I just taking on board the answers to Councillor Flannery about what appeared to be lack of manpower to do those works. I'm struggling to understand how that could be the case when the proposed adjustment in wages for the last quarter is more than the previous 3 quarters total. So it's obvious there's people there somewhere because there's a fair of money being paid out. But I don't expect you to answer that on the spot, but if you read your own numbers and you tell us that they've been canned because we haven't got the staff on the ground to do it, how come the wages bill for the last quarter is so high?
Just, Madam Mayor, I'm still just interested, or the 250,000 other programs. To use the rugby league parlance, we're going to have to go to the bunker on this. I want an answer on what 250,000 other programs is. With it is a decrease in expenditure of other programs. Surely we can't have that line item in there, Mr. General Manager, that just we've got to adopt. We don't know whether we're increasing money or decreasing money. No, I want a slow motion replay, please.
General Manager or CFO?
You're referring to the 250,000 Harden Water Capital Program?
Yep. So, Mr. CFO, in the lead of the report, the summary item under Harden Water Capital Program.
Yep.
At least 1, 2, 3, 4 significant programs identified.
Yep.
Councillor Flannery has said the 250 other programs. What does that represent? And we've been advised by the Director of Infrastructure that it's movements across a variety of capital programs within the Harden Water. If we were to look at the capital program funding report on page 52, which lists the capital programs or the movements between BOOROWA Young, BOOROWA Harden, replaced Billy Griffiths, the replacement programs, the telemetry implementations, the Harden Water Main Extension, loan funded, the Harden Network Infrastructure Renewal Works, Harden BOOROWA Pipeline Concept Designs. There's various movements across all of those, which I would understand would have more detail sitting beside, underneath those lead concepts that would total the rounded figure of 250. We've gone down to, I suppose, a higher project level, which would have multiple smaller projects within them. So we don't have that necessarily the detail here. We went down to the total of the
Mr. General Manager,
2.2 million dollars, and we've taken 3.9 out of the project.
I'm complaining about the fact we've got a line item that says 250,000 other programs. It doesn't say decrease, increase. It says other programs.
It's the net movement. It's net round out of those amounts. I'll pass back to the CFO.
So I'm sorry.
It's the 250. We're still talking about the 250, Mr. CFO. The 250 for other programs.
Yeah.
And Harden, as I
So are we're decreasing capital works by that amount of money?
Correct. That's correct.
So on that note, sorry, Councillor Flannery, you still intend to spend $910,000 on materials and contracts in the last quarter. So we know what they've been attributed to. Year to date is $1,186,000. and the forecast budget's $2,095,000, and we've just been told you're taking a heap of capital works out, so does that marry up?
Yeah, this is in the operating, obviously, the operating budget. So, yeah, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. So, yeah, you're referring to the Harden Water $2 million budget, the 1186 that we spent year to date. Yeah, we're in operations here, not in capital, obviously. That's the information I've got from infrastructure, yes.
Okay. We having, nobody else has, pardon me, Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been waiting patiently while
You have.
fellow councillors have been asking some excellent questions and getting some pretty poor responses, I might say.
Thank you, Armstrong.
In regard to the Harden Capital Program, we've got some quite astounding amounts of work to be done there for water main replacements. A contract's in place for the work.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the Director of Infrastructure. Question is, do we have contracts in place in relation to the water main replacement? That was the question, Councillor Armstrong.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, we don't have contracts in place for the Harden water mains work. I believe all of that capital work in Harden is proposed to be backed out.
Okay, so is that the reason that we're backing it out, that we haven't got contracts done for it?
Yes, we don't have contracts for it, and we do not have the capacity to deliver that work in-house in this financial year.
Okay. The Young Sewer Capital Program, the 400K for sewer manhole refurbishment. I note that that's being pushed into next year. Do we have contracts in place for that work?
No, we do not yet. We have a report going to council tonight recommending action on that item, and we don't expect the work to be done until next financial year.
Thank you.
And that's the reason it's being deferred.
Yes, that's correct.
Can I ask the question then? And it's entirely up to you whether you want to answer it or not. Why wouldn't you simply say that due to there's no contracts in place, we can't do the work?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Why doesn't this report indicate that those contracts are not in place, and as a result of no contracts being in place, the work is being deferred? Should I be asking you or the CFO?
You know.
Sorry, Councillor Armstrong. So you.
The question is the detail that's just been provided by the director. Why wasn't it in the report? The councillor hasn't demanded an answer, but I think it's just the drafting of the report. The information was not there. It was just we couldn't do the work, and it's been.
Mr. General Manager, I can't accept that at all, because that's pivotal. That's pivotal information. The acting director has been entirely truthful. I commend him on having the courage to be entirely truthful. He's told us that the reason we can't do the work is because we don't have contracts in place. Now, why wouldn't this report be quite simply able to provide that basic detail? Deferred due to no contract being in place.
I'm sorry, Councillor Armstrong, I can't answer that, but I hear what you're saying in terms of the report. I think the issue was also we didn't have the resources to complete the work as well, if I heard the Director of Infrastructure correctly.
Well, if we haven't got any contracts in place, there's going to be no resources there, and that's the reason why. But yet we've provided with a report that provides absolutely no substance at all. So much so that Councillor Flannery is asking about the 250K of other programs and are unable to get a satisfactory answer. I think this is abysmal, absolutely abysmal. Once again, a QBR that doesn't cut the mustard. I also note that for Councillor Ingram's benefit, this document published by the Office of Local Government called Quarterly Budget Review Statement is very clear about what the original budget is. The original budget is as per management plan or the operational plan. So quite simply, councillor, that's what should be the number that's in there.
As amended. Thank you, councillor.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. If a councillor who wants to speak has spoken, I'll put the recommendation. I take note of that. This is important for us to consider the operational plan, the budget. All right. The recommendation in front, receive and note the QBR and adopt the recommended variations to the Hilltop Council budget as set out in the March 2024 Hilltops Council quarterly budget review. Those in favour?
Councillor Foreman, Councillor Fitzgerald, Councillor Mackie, Councillor Rolls, Councillor Hewson. Those against?
Those against?
Councillor Ingram, Councillor Flannery, Councillor Piper, Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Stedman, and Councillor Dodd.
Motion is lost.
It's
the recommendation. Councillor, Mr. General Manager, I'll have to.
Well, the motion's been lost. The report has not been received and noted, and
so where does that lead us for the?
At this point in time, any amendments put forward in the budget are not adopted by council. So council staff do not have the budget to do those things, and then the operational plan can still be debated on its own merits, understanding that the quarterly, the projected 23-24, those budget items will need to be removed before public exhibition. But the 24-25 operational plan can still be debated to be put on public exhibition.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on then to 12.4, Draft Hilltops Council Operational Plan 2024. The recommendation is in front of you to place the draft 2024-2025 operational plan and associated draft budget, revenue policy and fees and charges on public display for a period of 28 days. In accordance with the requirements of the Local Government Act 1993, and to invite public comment on the documents, and following a public exhibition, a further report be submitted to Council for the consideration of submissions and adoption of the operational plan and associated draft budget, draft revenue policy and draft fees and charges. Do I have a mover?
Have a mover.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Piper. Councillor Fitzgerald.
I'd like to move that we move into committee, please.
All right, we have Councillor Ingram moved, seconded by Councillor Flannery. All those in favour of moving into committee?
Councillor Ingram, Councillor Foreman, Councillor Mackie, Councillor Flannery, Councillor Dodd. Yep. And those
okay, it's against.
And those against.
Yep. All right. Okay. In that case, we're moving into committee.
Sorry, just before we go to that, Madam Mayor, just so everyone understands the place I've just intimated in relation to the operational plan. The figures in here, you will remove staff before it goes on public exhibition. Will remove, should it be put on public exhibition, if you resolve to put it on public exhibition tonight, we will remove the any changes from the quarterly budget review in the 23-24 budget, and we will also remove the smart water meter, but you will still be discussing the 24-25 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Director, do you want to give us an entree into this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can. So obviously the draft operational plan and budget are being presented to Council for endorsement to be placed on public exhibition. So they'll outline our expenditure for the coming financial year and our actions that we will take to deliver the work that we've said we're going to take in the delivery program for the next financial year.
Right, in committee, who would like to open the discussion? Councillor Ingram, can we rely on you? Councillor Ingram.
Well, I hope that I soften people up and they get to feel like they'd like to contribute, because this is our budget. This is the budget. Anyway, no one else wants to open it up. I'll open it up.
I'm happy to open up if you want to take a rest.
You come in and get what I miss. Back in the queue.
All right. Okay.
First thing I'd say is, look, initially when you look at the attachments that we've got a heap of, and the first comment I'd make is, wow, well done. We had a workshop, which not all councillors were at. It's disappointing, I might add. On the 8th of May, I think, and we were presented with a general fund deficit of $9.6 million. When we pulled ourselves back up off the floor and got back in our chairs and thought, wow, there's got to be some answers here how we're going to address that general fund deficit. Unfortunately, at that workshop, there wasn't a lot presented by council to councillors. So there were some suggestions made by councillors there at the time that while we know we can't make any suggestions that would fully cover that deficit, there'd been a 3.6 million increase from the year before. What have we done to address it? At that stage, the answer was pretty much nothing in this report. There was a 5% increase in user fees and charges, which was a drop back from the previous year when we increased them 7.5%. So I think it was at the next workshop, we had a second workshop where it was expressed that that should be in line with some information from OLG and made 10%. So staff agreed with that and said that that's good. When we got the budget came out, they've gone with that, which is really good. At the second workshop, I was the councillor who asked about investigating the cost of waste, if you like to put it that way, and it had been increased 5%, which was that far off what it needed to be increased. It wasn't funny, and just didn't do it. I suggested at that workshop that waste could need to rise by up to 50% over time, but I thought 20% would be a good starting point to increase. At the time, the acting director acknowledged the comment I made that probably won't be full recovery, and that's the case. But I thought 20% would be a really good starting point to lead us into the next financial year, or the new council into the next financial year, given that we know we need a lot of money to make up in the waste area. Well, lo and behold, when I got the budget papers, staff had listened, they jumped straight to 30%. So I thought, wow, I don't know if I'm all that happy with, it took them from 5 to 20 to 30, which is about $160 increase on my waste bill. But anyway, that's only me. So I'm not too sure about that one. There's a number of areas that probably need to be looked at in the budget, and I'm pretty sure Councillor Armstrong will elaborate on the capital works program and the old saying of living within our means. We need to draw back in a number of areas in the budget to accommodate our funding. Take it back to the same basic principle. We need to have less going out, more coming in regards to that. And the capitalisation of wages, I know, is a great thing, and that's what's helped bring this general fund deficit back, because we're not going to have the RMS works, which is a good fix for this time, but it's not a permanent fix. So we need to look at some areas where we may be able to increase our income. I think that's where staff need to be looking at. My take on a lot of that area is that the areas we should be looking at are the areas where we spend money and recoup nothing for council. And some of those things people won't like much. Cutting some back on our services and money we provide that returns absolutely nothing to council. But it was made clear in November to council that the community didn't want 109% SRV. So the community need to understand that gradually we need to increase our fees and cut back on our services that we can't afford. Otherwise, incoming council will be sitting here in 18 months' time looking at a SRV again. So some facts need to come home. I noticed the gravel reshooting program has been allocated new numbers, which I'm quite pleased about, because that indicates to me that finally gravel reshooting will be accounted for as it should be. Because when you first look at the report and you go to the gravel reshooting, oh, it's not funded next year or the year after or anywhere else on page 3 of 6. And you go to page 4 of 6, there it is under new line item numbers. So it hasn't been forgotten about, thankfully. It's just been moved to new line item numbers, which I hope will be much easier for staff and much easier on councillors to understand. I've got a couple of questions in regard, after those statements, in regard to those line items in the budget. On page 4 of 6, or I think it's page probably 16 of 34 maybe, depending what you're looking at. And it's a line item 600429, Regional Emergency Road Repair Fund, with a number of $7 million in 25-26. I'm sure there'll be an answer of where that's coming from. And item number 600438, flood restoration, $2 million in 24-25 and $2 million in 25-26. Are we predicting? Do we know? How do we know these things? Please, if I could have an answer in regard to that.
So, Councillor, just to recap, if I followed you right, on page 4 of 6 of the long-term financial plan capital report by program,
yep.
600,429 RERF Regional Emergency Road Repair Fund, budgeting to spend in the 25-26 year $7 million, just over $7 million.
Yep.
And then 600,438 flood restoration. AGRN 1034, $2 million in the 24-25 year, so next year, and $2 million thereafter. Is that?
That's exactly what I said.
Can you? Yep. They're just. Yes.
Yes.
Over to you, Director.
So through Madam Mayor, the line item 600429, we don't have the resources to deliver that in the 24-25 financial year, so that's why it's shown as the 25-26 financial year. And 600438 has just recently been approved by the funding body, and it expires in March 2026. So it needs to be spent by part way into the 25-26 year.
So
March 2026.
So we've got $2 million in the bank to spend. Is that right?
Or not?
It says flood $2 million and then $2 million 25-26.
I believe this is our allocation.
Is the money? Yeah, that's my question. Yeah.
So we charge when we do the work for that one.
So what are we going to do? What flood restoration are we doing for $2 million? Well, you lead me that question now.
So we have to do work that's approved by the funding body. I don't know the specifics. Yeah, that's so we could come back to you with details that have been approved.
So just for the answer, councillor, sorry, councillors, just to answer, the department has allocated us $4 million to be spent by March 2026. and that $4 million is yet to be allocated. We have identified, obviously there would be some work that we would have already identified that they would have granted this money, or is that a judgment that they've made and delivered to us?
Through you, Madam Mayor, with the storm damage, we identify the parts that have been damaged to the storm events. We send it to the Transport for New South Wales, who assess it, and they say, yes, you can fix that section of road or that culvert or that bit of drain, and we have to fix that specific part, and then they've approved for us for $4 million for that event, for the restoration works.
So we have a list.
We have a list, yes.
Of those, so we can bring that back to full of detail in relation to that.
Thank you. So the $7 million Regional Emergency Road Repair Fund. So we've been told, help me understand, we've been told we are going to be granted $7 million to do this, whatever.
Yes, that is correct. We have that in our bank at the moment. We haven't brought it to council yet for the roads selection.
Why haven't we got it in 24-25 then? My question leads to.
It expires in October 2027.
Okay, I understand that. Why can't we use it in 24-25?
Due to the capacity of the other work we have programmed for 24-25.
Thank you.
So,
is my assertion or assumption that I shouldn't know better to make in regard to the changing of the line item numbers for gravel resheeting correct? So that we can identify the difference between it
yes,
and
that's correct.
grading?
Yes.
Thank you. Look, that's probably enough for me for the moment. Thank you. Sorry, it's not. Silly. I'm silly. I think it is actually.
All right.
No, it's not. The main point of contention with me in regard to the budget is in regard, and I spoke to the workshop, the people who were there, in regard to the, let's say the blasé 5% on everything. On the young water access and usage charge. I spoke about 2 workshops, explained my thoughts about it, and Councillor Armstrong will probably have something to say about it as well. And what the general public need to realise, and if they're not too sure, water fund and sewer fund are 2 very separate things. They're not to be merged together, and they're not to be merged anywhere with the general fund. They are separate funds. So the young water fund, which currently has a reserve around $8 million, and forecast a surplus this financial year of $700,000 going on the current rates people are paying for the water usage and the access fee, which covers our charges from Goldenfields. It fully covers its depreciation, and it repays back a loan, services alone that's been taken out to have those works done, and still supplies a surplus of $700,000. So when I spoke about this at a workshop, I was told Goldenfields are putting their costs up. We need to go with them. I said, given the cost of everything else that's going up and we're paying, it's the general fund that needs to help, not the young water fund. Goldenfields increased to their usage charge is about 8 cents a kilolitre. If you want to pass that same percentage onto what the consumer uses, that's 18 cents. There's a big difference. The access charge, 5% for Goldenfields is about $7. For the consumer in Young, it's about $18. So you're not passing on the same 5% from Goldenfields at all. You're passing on a lot more than that to a fund. Then, yep, the Hilltops Council, the Young Water Fund is bubbling with money. Excuse the pun. So when I looked at 24-25 and I did some figures, and I went back to Council's report. In their own estimations, they're talking about wages, and I just don't see it being enough, increasing by an amount that I don't think is realistic. It'll be more than that. So I put 20% on wages and 10% on materials and goods. Come up with about $460,000 anticipated to cost that fund more next year in wages and material and costs. And there's a bit extra then for your depreciation. Given the numbers that I saw there, when you take the smart water meters out of it, the surplus from 23-24 will cover 24-25, will cover those material and costs and increase in wages and still supply a surplus. But no, it's come to us that staff still want to put the young water access and usage charge up again. When you take the smart meters, which at the current moment will be out of the document, the capital works program 24-25 as opposed to 23-24 is about $470,000 less. So I'm really struggling, and I understand we have to pick things up, keep the money rolling in, I really do. But the young water and the young sewage fund are two funds that are in such a healthy position because the users of the young water fund and the sewer fund have been paying overs for years. Now, I realise something alluded to by Councillor Armstrong earlier. There could be 6 or 7 councillors in this room who doesn't affect them with these funds, but I can tell you it affects all the residents in the young LGA. I think it's time that we acknowledged that, and that the fees for the young water access and usage remain where they are for the next financial year. I don't think I can put any stronger a case. The facts I've told you, the maths are there. Saying golden fills are going up 5%, we have to go 5%. As I said, it isn't a true indication. It's not a true statement in monetary value. It's wrong. Thank you.
Director, would you like to make a reply? I also think that we have to...
Point of order. Point of order.
Oh,
Madam Mayor, you have placed the staff in an untenable situation there. You are asking the director to comment on the debate. Now, in the rules of debate, councillors, shame on you. You are putting this person in
I accept that shame.
Shame on you.
Armstrong. Thank you, Councillor Armstrong.
You are asking for this staff member to engage in debate. That is not his role.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. I accept that and I acknowledge. And I also think, if I'm right, that you were wanting to speak after Councillor Ingram finished. So
Councillor Ingram has stolen all my thunder there. I have an extreme amount of experience in calculating these, having done it for in excess of 40 years.
All right.
And I can tell you now that the current rate of access still generates a $90,000 surplus. It meets those fixed costs if you don't sell any water. It still generates a surplus. But shame on you for putting this person in that position.
All right, I acknowledge that, and you have made it clear. Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Mr. General Manager, I presume I can ask you to comment.
Well, it's not really a comment, just additional to the commentary around the healthy cash flow that has come through the young water fund. I do draw the attention to the expected capital, notwithstanding the exclusion of the water meters, that as councillors will see, one of the considerations that staff put forward for the consideration of councillors is the expected capital expenditure required to maintain the network, the separate network, understanding that there are 3 separate funds for Young, Boorowa and Harden, and they are considered separately on their own merits, but particularly in relation to the capital that is required. So the cash that is generated, those surpluses are reinvested within the network, or expected or planned or budgeted, whichever word, into the network, and that's shown within the long-term financial plan budget report by entity. For Water Young, outside of the operational, when you go to the cash fund flow statement, you will see the projected utilisation of those funds over a period of time. For any water and or sewer funds, you have to consider the renewal and replacement of those assets going forward. One of the things that you can do is you can borrow money, as was the case earlier in the history of the Young water fund, and build in an interest charge. There is the money available there. So it's the contention of staff to utilise some of those reserves to replenish the assets. But to not enter the debate, I will now pass back to the Mayor.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I may respond to the comments from the General Manager. If you use the methodology that the General Manager has just explained to us about putting money away for future works and what might need to be done in the long-term financial plan, and you need to put the young water up 5% access and user, could I ask anyone who'd like to answer, how much you think you were to put up the sewer fund in Harden, in readiness, for a new sewer plant that will be needed in the next few years, not that far away? So if you use the same, or I can refer to BOOROWA, and I feel for BOOROWA, and the water problem. If you happen to have a look at the reserves, and I've got them there, but anyway, 15,000 or 17,000 as opposed to what's need to be done. Using the methodology that you have to raise the access and user charge 5% for the young water scheme, you would have to start raising those funds by 50%. Otherwise, you talk about cost shock, someone's going to get a real big shock in a few years' time when this capital works have to take place. So if we're going to use the methodology that the young water needs 5% for later on, let's be fair income about the other funds. Or if you want to be real fair income, forget about the 5% on young water access and user charges. We've got bigger worries than that, and then the young water fund. But I've said my piece, and yeah, I can't accept that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Flannery.
Look, I support the comments of Councillor Ingram, but I also do think in relation to Harden, we do need to start planning for sewer replacement, and we need to be mindful that whacking the fees up when it happens or when it needs to happen urgently will be cost shock. So it's clearly Young has the money because they've budgeted for it and put the money aside. And it's something we need to be mindful of for Harden and particularly BOOROWA. So that if we get hit with an emergency, we're not hanging our hand out to state government who might not be so helpful. But well, my question was, one of my key questions was, and it's been answered by the Director, about the $7 million, which we'd all like to have a very good say in, I'm sure, for the road repair fund. And let's hope that we can do some very good planning on that. And then the $4 million for the road restoration. I look forward to those works being brought to council.
Right. Thank you. Councillor Stadmiller.
Madam Mayor, I'm still getting a lot of residents discussing the lack of availability of the hydrotherapy pool in Harden. I can't seem to find anything in the long-term financial plan regarding that. Is that still on the agenda in any way, shape or form, or can money be allocated once we have a report as to the viability of that facility?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll ask the Director of Corporate and Community.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Stadmiller, yes, the Harden hydrotherapy pool is definitely on the agenda. We are currently assessing how much it would cost to have that facility up and running again, and then we'll be making contact with various organisations to discuss funding. So without knowing what that figure will be, we were unable to place that in the budget.
Okay. Is there any idea, sort of time frame wise, when that figure will be, whether it'll be 3 months or 6 months, or just any indication so I can put that on?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would definitely expect it to be within 3 months. We've been working on it for quite a while. It's just been difficult to get those costings, especially when some of the equipment is sourced from overseas.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. If we look at the recommendation, it's to place the draft operational plan and draft budget on public display for a period of 28 days. And then we will expect a further report to be submitted to Council for the consideration of submissions and adoption of the operational plan and associated draft budget, draft review policy and draft fees and charges.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think you need to come out of the committee. Of
Oh,
the
pardon me.
whole, if
Yes.
That's where we go.
Well, I'd just
Thank
like to
you.
inform that I will be asking for an amendment to the recommendation when we come out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. GM. Can I have move out of committee? Thank you, Councillor Foreman, and second, Councillor Ingram. All those in favour? Okay, thank you. All right.
Councillor Ingram, the mover and seconder was Councillor Fitzgerald and Councillor Piper. So now your amendment will be either accepted by those two or they'll then go to vote. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Well, the first start with dot point C, I suppose, that the which we spoke about already, that the smart meters funding be removed, which we've already agreed on, which is that it has to go in this recommendation, I believe. Would it?
Look, I think it's best practice. I mean,
Yep.
It's been adopted, so I put it in, but I'm very happy for that to be, well, yes, of course.
And then dot point D would be to change the increase on the waste charges from 30% back to 20%. And E, remove the increase 5% charge on the young water access and usage fees.
All right. Will we just read those through to make sure that we're all aware of them?
Point of order, I think you've got to ask the
Yeah, no, well, we're just making sure that we've got the narrative correctly. And Councillor Ingram, are you moving each one separately or as a lot?
No, as a lot, it could be a lot.
Okay.
Smart meters, waste, and young water.
All right.
Dot point C, D, and E.
Yeah.
So can we just wait a minute till we get it up and we make sure that we have it? Thank you. Councillor Stadmiller.
Just a question for Councillor Flannery and whether he has the knowledge to answer it or not. I'm not sure. I don't have the knowledge, but I'm just wondering what sort of dire straits the sewerage plant at Harden is in. If he doesn't know, maybe he can defer to the General Manager or the Director of Infrastructure and whether it might be timely to put a small increase on the fees and charges for the sewer fund so that we do get on top of this from the get-go.
I can't answer on a financial basis. I know that the plant is 70 years of age. It was built for 4,000 capacity people. So it was built for a capacity bigger than Harden, but the age is the concern, is my understanding.
Yeah, thank you.
Would you like to add anything for the information of councillors in relation to the age and utility, let us say, of the...
Yes, so Councillor Flannery is correct. In terms of its original design capacity, it's well under capacity. However, its age is such that components of the plant have failed. For example, we recently went through the process of repairing one of the sludge digesters at the plant, and its location in a flood-prone area has caused us some difficulties also. In the most recent flood event in October, November 2022, the banks on the maturation pond, which is the final treatment process at the plant, failed. And we have money in the budget for repairing that, but that work hasn't been yet completed. And you'll see in the long-term financial plan, there's, I think, $12 million in the budget to replace that plant with a modern sewage treatment plant.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Flannery, you want to
Well, just
put your finger on the buzzer?
My question to the director, yes, it is in the budget. I think it was discussed at one of the previous meetings, but ultimately that has to be paid for by an increase in fees and charges.
That's the most likely approach, given its size and projected growth for Harden Maryborough. It's not likely to qualify for any state government funding. So Often how those plants are funded is through a program called the Safe and Secure Water Program. In order to get into the category that is currently funded under that program, you need to have an expected population being serviced by that plant over 2,500 people.
Okay, thank you.
So question around that. So it may be a contentious issue, but if things were harmonised, would they have better chance of getting that money?
I think we're
No, it wouldn't. It's about the population being serviced by that piece of infrastructure.
okay. Righto. All right. Now let's get back to this. We have this amendment here that is grouped together, and it's for Councillor Fitzgerald as the mover.
Yeah, so look, it's Councillor Fitzgerald and Piper. Can we share your screen at this moment? No, we can't share it. No.
We'll have to read it out.
Oh, yeah, we can. Yeah, we can share it. We'll just be sharing it on screen to ensure that the Councillor Ingram, that we've placed it there. The C, D and E, I'll just read them. Smart meters funding to be removed from the budget. D, change the increase on the waste charges to 20%. And E, remove the increase of the young water access and usage charges. Are they the amendments that you are proposing?
Change the increase of the waste charges from 30% back to 20%.
From 30% to 20%, yep. Okay. So councillors Fitzgerald and
with your permission, both Councillor Armstrong and the original movers, could I suggest a dot point F that we bring a report back on the Harden sewer system to council?
Is it necessary?
we can move. We can bring it back here. I mean, it is being discussed, so I think it's fine.
And we've got in the operation plan going forward.
Yeah,
clearly got a
report on the Harden sewer treatment plant. Yes. Yep. Okay. So I'll pass that to Councillor Ingram. Yeah, the amendment that you'd like to propose.
Happy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So that's okay. So Councillors Fitzgerald and Piper, are you happy to have that part of the motion? Or...
Okay. I'm happy with item C, which is procedural. I'm happy with item F. I'm not happy with items D and E.
Okay, so on.
We have to put it.
So, Councillor Piper, before we go, sorry, Madam Mayor.
Just, Councillor Ingram, would you like on point E to put a percentage in there? I think it was 5%, wasn't it?
Oh, no, it's just remove the increase.
My percentage is 0.
Yes, I realise that you want to remove. All right, I'm happy. Leave it there.
Yeah. So just on that basis, C and F have been accepted by the first mover. Councillor Piper, are you happy with C and F?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so C and F, well, F can then become D. Yeah, D and E actually become now to be debated as an amendment, moved by Councillor Ingram and seconded by Councillor Flannery. Do you want those two?
Very pretty.
Do you want those two amendments debated separately or as one? Are you moving in as two? You can move each one. I'm just foreseeing if there is difference of opinions on any of those.
I move to have a couple of amendments to the budget paper, and I'll happy to have them.
Okay, so basically, let's, for simplicity, I think each one to be debated separately, so that they have the most chance, or you want to move them as both? The amendment as one, or
the amendment I made.
Yep.
The whole lot. There's a lot.
All right, C and D. Okay. Yep.
Job lot.
Job lot. Oh, there we go. Okay, the job lot.
Okay. So we're now going to vote on the amendment.
Oh, well, I think there needs to be a discussion first, Madam Mayor.
Oh, pardon me, what's this? All right,
So Ingram,
pardon me, Councillor Ingram, would you like to,
talk to your member.
hold on, Councillor Ingram, would you like to talk to your amendment? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Look, I think I've probably spoke at long and enough about it. As I said, I understand, and I hate to reiterate it, but there's probably 6 or 7 in the room that this won't affect. But it will affect the people who put us here with young water. I don't like using the words, but I've been through it and over it and did the sums and did the maths and came back again. It's a cash grab. It's unnecessary for this financial year. I'm not saying next financial year. We look at it on a yearly basis, or new incoming council will look at it on a yearly basis. And if it needs to be addressed next year, that's fine. But to use the methodology that Goldenfills has gone 5%, we go 5%, that's incorrect. That's misinformation, because there's a big variance between 5% from Goldenfills and 5% on what we charge our residents. A big difference. And I don't believe a lot of people understand that fact. The surplus, I said, speaks for itself. The reserve speaks for itself. I know there's work got to be done. But I've just said the methodology that council used doesn't ring true. Otherwise, there'd be some really big shocks coming for a couple of other funds. And Councillor Flannery's alluded to that by putting a dot point in as well. So you can't be using, they are separate funds. They are separate issues. You can't be using one fits all. There is no substance to that increase. As for the waste, it went from 5% from council to councillors at a workshop. I spoke on it. Said it could be much, much more. As I said, the acting director agreed. Said 20% might be a bad starting point. And then next year, by the time we're currently waiting for a study to be done, to be finished off, a waste strategy to tell us exactly where that will be. And the acting director's done a great job telling us, how close we might be around it. And I thank him for that. But till we get that final strategy and know exactly what we need to get our cost recovery, I just felt that 20% would be a good starting point, given that other council areas in this previous year have had extreme raises of 40 and 50%. And as I said, there was some talk around the room at the workshop in regard to that matter. Much to my surprise, when I got the budget papers, council staff had boosted from 5% to 30%. I personally, in my opinion, what it's worth, is jumping at it a bit too hard, given all the other costs that are rising. So therefore, councillors, I put to you my amendment to the motion in regard to removing the charge for the young water access and usage fees on those grounds, and to be realistic and bring the, while it may not be cost recovery straight away, it is a big step up from the 5% that staff first recommended to 20%, but to jump to 30%, I just think the back pocket of people is getting hurt a bit more than it probably should be in one financial year. So thank you for your indulgence, councillors, and I'll leave it with you.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Have we somebody who'd like to speak it? Okay, Councillor Stadmiller, are you speaking for it or against?
Somewhat against, just because I'm unclear. I'll soon work out whether I'm speaking for in a way, but the access charge for young...
Your microphone's pretty faint at the moment.
Sorry, is that any better?
No, marginally.
Any better now?
Look, we can hear you, councillor, just faintly.
Yeah, just speak up.
Okay, I'll speak right up. I'm just wondering which access charge is staying the same. I'm on page 4 of the operational plan. I have them in the right spot. And for a 20 millimetre access charge, Boorawa's 765, Young's 371, residential Harden's 522. Can the general manager just direct me to what we're doing in regards to Young's fee staying the same, which size it is, and how that marries up against Harden and BOOROWA?
The question is a pretty difficult one to ask anyone, Councillor Stadmiller. My
I
question.
asked the General Manager, sorry, Councillor Ingram.
Decrease, not decrease, for the charge to stay the same as across the water fund. All connections, whether it be 20 or 40, if that helps clarify it for you.
So, Councillor Stadmiller, it's universal. So on page 4 of the, let's make sure, the draft revenue policy, for each category, and Councillor Ingram can correct me here, on page 4, the young access charge for 20 millimetre, that charge of 371.76 includes a 5% charge. That would then be reduced, and that would just throw through all of the various charges on the categories. Councillor Armstrong.
Look, the question to Councillor Stadmiller is his concern, why is Young's 370 and BOOROWA and Harden's considerably higher? Is that the concern? Because I can answer the question.
That's partly the concern. If the General Manager can't, someone, if they can, go for it.
With your indulgence, Madam Mayor.
Yes, sorry, Councillor Armstrong, we've just realised it's most probably on this system that we're having trouble with the microphone.
Okay, look, the reason there's such a discrepancy there is because under the old pricing policy set by the state government, for populations greater than 5,000, you had to derive 75% of your water fund income from usage charges and only 25% from access charges. For populations of less than 5,000, you could derive up to 50% from access charges and 50% from usage charges. Now, in BOOROWA and Harden's case, they were both populations of less than 5,000, so they were able to, the councils of the day were able to rip the guts out of their communities by charging them exorbitant access charges and reduce the price of water. In Young's case, it didn't have that luxury. It had to price the access charge against all those charges that would need to be paid if you didn't sell any water. So they were all your fixed charges, and then the profit and any other operating expenses would then need to be funded from the sale of water component. And that's how that you've heard the 75-25, the late Sam Samra. That's the practical application of that. You'll see a lower access charge and a higher charge for water because the volume of water consumed by the larger population makes the water fund more viable. I can actually show you what goes into the access charge because I developed the model for it.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Yeah, that's a good explanation.
Councillor Armstrong.
Councillor Armstrong. I won't make that mistake again.
You're suffering from mare disease.
Well, I've got you, Councillor Armstrong, or the General Manager. Why is it that Harden has a community service obligation fee, and it doesn't appear that I can find that on either of these pages for the other two townships? It seems like they're being special treatment there.
I defer back to the former Deputy Mayor of Harden Shire because Harden Shire set that charge, not Hilltops.
Okay.
The other point might be worth.
Thank.
Oh, well. Wow.
Now,
the other point, Madam Mayor. Oh, geez. The other point that might be worth mentioning when you speak to.
we're just having.
Jimi Hendrix.
All right.
We're now back on board. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Ingram.
Thank you. The other point I might mention for councillors are looking at the point that Councillor Stadmiller brought up in regard to the access fees and the difference between, let's say, Harden and Young is correct, and Councillor Armstrong's explanation goes to explain that what he didn't mention was that there's a difference of almost 70 cents in the usage charge per kilolitre. That Harden pay less than Young do for the same water provided by the same people. So to acknowledge that yes, the access charge is more, it is, but then the usage fee drops down nearly 70 cents. Kiloliter. So
Thank you, councillor Ingram.
And there's a very good reason for that, because you make money out of selling water,
right.
so the lower the price, the more you sell.
Thank you, councillor Flannery. All right, do we have, before we have a vote, do we have a speaker? Okay, councillor Flannery, are you speaking for or against it?
Oh, look, I'm speaking for it. I think they're quite reasonable amendments put forward by councillor Ingram. Can I ask the director before we vote on this? I'm sorry, I did mean to ask earlier, but in the on page 1 of 3, which is the council cash and investments reserves, it doesn't list the Harden sewer reserve. They're basically internally restricted reserves. I don't think it even lists Harden water. It certainly doesn't list Harden sewer or water. As Boorowa, Harden sewer and water, nothing for Harden. Under external, but they are internal reserves, are they not?
The water and sewer funds are externally restricted
External.
under law.
On the bottom of page 1 of 3.
Well, okay, I'll go back to why is Boorowa and Young listed in the top table and Harden in the bottom table?
Are you looking at you're looking at council cash and investments reserve, councillor?
Correct. So
Yeah.
no,
So no,
cash and investments. Harden have no cash and investments.
so it might, if I'm reading on page 1 of 3, the external restriction Harden water supply is 6.8 million, external reserve Young water supply is 8.1, Boorowa sewage scheme 363. Harden has 6.8 and Young has 8.1 million.
Sorry, gentlemen, through you, Madam Mayor, and Harden Sewer's got 2.971 on the bottom of page 1 within external reserves.
Okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding the report, but cash and investment section 64, Boorowa section 64, Young,
The development contributions, that's in the development contribution reserves in the top table. If you look under other external,
just a question.
All right. The section 94 Harden has 438,000 at the top. Section 94A for section 94.
For section 64 underwater, there's Harden, sorry, there's Young and Boorowa have section 64 developer contribution reserves. Are there no reserves, no developer contributions?
No, there's no reserves or
This table's carried forward every year, so you're correct.
All right, thank you. Councillor Foreman.
Look, I would like to say, and I guess I'm speaking against, 12 months or more ago went out with the with an SRV that the community felt the 106 was too high, and that was what we decided at the time, not to take that out. And as a council, that we have to be fiscally responsible and look at, I'm speaking to the 30% increase on the waste as opposed to the 20%. I just think we have to understand that we have to be cost recovery or close to it. I believe that 30% still probably won't cover the cost recovery on waste. It's a massive, massive space that costs us a lot of money and a lot of resources and a lot of time and energy. And I look, as much as we all know that the community does hurt, I also think the community does understand, although we, look, we all want to keep our costs low and we all do. I have to find money these days for things, and it's getting harder and harder as things increase, but so do council. And I think at the end of the day, we have to start to realise that we really do have to look at cost recovery, and it's an important factor of our business. The money that we raise in out of our rates and our user fees and charges and partially our grants is pretty well how we function amongst other things. But look, I hate to be, I don't want to sound like I want everybody to start, charging them more, but I do really think that people have to be mindful that it has to be a user pay system or close to it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Foreman. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Speaking against,
Yes, and I think it's an explanation because I didn't want to accept these amendments into my motion. I think it's I should make a couple of comments, and I think Councillor Foreman's made a very good point. The staff have, after the workshop on May the 8th, where we indicated that to really cover the problems with waste, we needed to do more than 5%. I think they took it on board and did some work and came up with 30%. I'm more than happy to accept their work and to go with that, because cost recovery is a really important thing. We need to pay for what we're doing, or else we'll just go straight out the back door. And the second thing is the water usage charges. And everything that Councillor Ingram has said is very clear, and I have no real disagreement with it, except on one issue, and that is I was elected as a member for Hilltops, and if most of Hilltops is going to be paying a 10% increase in the water usage charges, I just can't hive off Young at the moment, because I think they should be paying the same. Everybody in Hilltops, if we're increasing the prices, let's keep the community together and increase it. I agree, we do have a lot of water reserves in Young, but I'm certain that the staff, if given the opportunity, can find ways to put that to good use to improve the water supply in Young, and as we work towards improving the water supply in Harden and hopefully in BOOROWA. But if we're going to increase it for one group, we should increase it for the whole of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. If there's no more discussion, I will put the
I think I'll have a right
of reply. My apologies, Councillor Ingram. Right of reply.
Thank you. Take on board, Madam Deputy Mayor, your thoughts about cost recovery, and that's exactly right. The workshop, I don't know what you had in your mind when you walked into that workshop about what increases you might ask for or seek. The room was pretty quiet on that day. Staff had recommended 5%. When I mentioned that just wasn't going to cut it, I've been through and explained. Went to 20%. Everyone's comfortable. Staff took the inch and went for a mile and went to 30%. I'm pretty sure you didn't have that number in your mind when you came in, but I respect your opinion and entitled to feel that 30% isn't too much. I happen to feel that 20% would be suffice this year. So appreciate that. Councillor Fitzgerald, probably the same sort of commentary, and then a couple of corrections for you. The other water funds are going up 5%, not 10%. You may have been confused and misunderstood the whole process of user fees and charges and what we were talking about at the previous meetings, but you'll find that is 5%. The user fees and charges on the other matters were the 10%. So I can explain that to you later if you like. The other point that I'd like to make to you is I did mention that one blanket doesn't fit all in this particular case because they're three very different funds. Harden and Young, water from LANDFILL, very separate funds. Always have been, always will be, because it's best practice. BOOROWA, completely different arrangement altogether. So to say we'll just throw it over all of them, I find I can't come up with any logic for that, except to say, you know what happens? It's very easy and very convenient. I don't think being easy and convenient is what we're put here to do. I spoke to an independent fund on the matter. I thought there's no way that one size fits all in these separate water funds. And thank you again, councillors, for your indulgence.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. If there's
Can
more.
I just say one very quick thing about the waste? I mean,
Yes.
it looks 30% looks a little bit greedy, but I think with waste, it's something that the customer can actually control.
Actually, have we finished? I
Sorry,
don't think.
I
Yeah.
believe a right of reply has happened.
Yeah,
So
the right of,
it's the debate's closed and Councillor Ingram had his right of reply, so I believe.
Okay.
yeah,
protocol is.
should have been earlier.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, I've got a question for Councillor Fitzgerald.
I beg
I
your
think
pardon?
debate's closed, but I don't believe questions are.
Yeah, the debate's closed on the amendment.
The
All right,
vote
okay,
for the vote.
we will put it to the vote.
Sorry, I believe I can ask Councillor Fitzgerald a question, just to get a clarification.
Yeah, clarification, yeah.
Yes?
I'm just wondering if Councillor Fitzgerald is aware that the young community pays $3 under the current water usage charges as provided to council tonight, $3.81 a kilolitre. BOOROWA pays $3.06 a kilolitre for the first 67. And Harden pays $3.13. So I'm just wondering if he was aware of that when he made the statement that if you're going to go up 5%, everyone's got to go up 5%, because 5% of $3.81 is far more than 5% of $3.06 or $3.13. I'm just wondering if he was aware of those figures.
Yeah, I was reasonably aware of those figures, not the detail that you have. My feeling is that we're going to have a 5% increase. We have a 5% increase across Hilltops, and that keeps the different levels of charges respectively the same.
So yeah, you're happy for the young water supply consumers to bear the brunt of that.
Given Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Fitzgerald has given the reply. And
thank you very much.
The vote.
Councillor Fitzgerald, I appreciate your reply.
Thank you. I'll put it to the vote.
Madam Mayor, can we just have it up on the screen to see exactly what
Yes.
we're voting for? Thank you.
It's just coming up.
Just to look at the.
Yeah.
So the motion you're looking at.
But the amendments.
The amendments,
we're voting on.
Councillor Stadmiller, is D and E. The rest of the motion was accepted by movers, seconded, and the councillors that, Councillor Ingram that put it forward, and Councillor Flannery. So it's D and E, change the increase on the waste charge from 30% back to 20%, and E, remove the increase on the young water access and usage charges. That is the two amendments, the amendment as a block that you will be voting on.
Yep, and Mr. General Manager, is the change in the waste charges across the board?
Yes.
Yep, thank you.
Yep. All right. If everybody's ready,
sorry,
Mr.
can I
General
just ask
Manager.
the
All right. Oh, those in favour of the amendment.
Councillor Ingram, Councillor Flannery, Councillor Piper, Councillor Armstrong, Stadmiller.
Those against?
Councillor Foreman, Councillor Gerald, Councillor Hughes, and Councillor Dodd. Those amendments are lost.
All right, the amendments are lost. So we're going back now to the motion as is, that A and B that were on before. C, smart meters funding be removed from the budget, and a report back to council for a report on the Harden sewer treatment plant.
Madam Mayor, because I believe there seemed to be some disagreement as to which various councillors would support and wouldn't. I'd like to move them one by one so we can get recognition of that. So I'd like to move an amendment to the motion that the water rates for young remain the same for the 24-25 year.
So through you, Madam Mayor, because they were moved as a block, that motion has been voted down, and it's not a significantly different motion, so therefore it's already been voted upon.
Well, in the debate, there were a number of councillors said they supported one, not the other.
But I did ask that question whether they were not, and there was a decision to move them as one.
That's as it was. Thank you, Mr. General Manager. All right, we're back to the motion. We've had a fair bit of debate. Once again, is everybody happy if we put it to the floor? All right, I will do that. Everybody aware of what we're voting on?
Can we get it up on the board, please?
And those in favour?
Councillor Foreman, Councillor. Yeah, it's
G is a report back to council
for the Harden sewer treatment plant.
on the Harden sewer treatment plant.
Just to remind everyone, place the draft 24-25 operational plan, associated draft budget, draft revenue policy, and draft fees and charges on public display for a period of 28 days in accordance with the requirements of the Government Act, and invite comment. B, following public exhibition, a further report be submitted to council for the consideration of those submissions and then adoption of those said plans. C, smart meters funding be removed from the budget. That was a decision made earlier. This just certifies it to put it beyond doubt. And D, a report be brought back to council for a report on the Harden sewer treatment plant.
Okay, everybody aware? Yep. All right, let's go through. Those in favour? Councillor Sundry. Those against? Councillor Ingram. Okay, it's passed. Thank you, everybody. Councillors, in about 15 minutes, we will have been sitting for 3 hours. Can I suggest that either now or at the end of the next 2, we actually have a 10-minute break? I think it's better for our concentration, and there has been a bit of movement in and out of the chamber. So my suggestion is that we have a 10-minute break. We've been sitting for 3 hours and the recommended time is 2. So I presume I need a vote on this.
All right. Hours or councillor
I'm
hours?
putting it forward.
Madam Mayor, they teacher hours or councillor hours? They're recommended OH and S hours, Councillor Ingram. All right. I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Favour
for a 10-minute break.
Joe Mackie, Rolls, Councillor Dodd, that's 5.
5.
Councillor
6.
Flannery, Councillor Piper, Councillor Arthur. The motion's lost, Madam Mayor.
All right, motion is lost. We keep going. I note in saying that 2 councillors have now left because they need a break.
Pity they weren't out. We did that last vote.
Next item, can't have much interest in it.
Keep going. Yes, I realise we're 12.5.
Move the recommendation.
Actually,
move the recommendation.
Before we get there, thank you. Councillor Foreman, you as deputy will have to take over my chair for this next one because I need to have a break.
I'll second the recommendation, Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, just to bring you up to speed, as the Mayor left the chamber at 7:16, Councillor Flannery has moved the 12.5, the alcohol-free suspension zone, and that has been seconded by Councillor Stadmiller.
Okay, so
Actually, I moved it,
Oh,
Mr. General Manager, and Councillor Stadmiller seconded it.
I did hear Councillor Flannery, sorry, but if Councillor Flannery, do you yield to Councillor Armstrong?
Look, I'm happy. I'm happy for Councillor Flannery to be the mover.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I heard Councillor
Let's just get the business of council done.
Yep. Okay. Sorry, I just heard Councillor Flannery say.
That's all right. So you're hearing better than mine.
Councillor Flannery and Councillor Flannery has moved, and Councillor Stadmiller has seconded it. You now need to ask if there are any questions in relation to the alcohol.
are there any questions related to the alcohol-free zone in Borough WOOLFEST? Councillor Stadmiller, your hand is up.
No, I'm voting in favour of it.
Oh, you're voting in favour of it. Okay,
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
any questions? No? All those in favour?
Unanimous for the ones in the chamber.
I was going to say, can we go? Okay. Okay, we move into 12.6, 24/115, Sister and Friendship City Update. The recommendation is that Council A, receive and note the report, and B, endorse the draft Sister and Friendship City Policy to be placed on public exhibition for a period of 28 days. Do I have a move?
Move the recommendation with a question.
Moved by Councillor Ingram and seconded by Councillor Armstrong with a question.
Thank you. The former young municipal council and then young Shire council had a sister city relationship with Golden, Colorado for many years. Now, there's no mention of Golden, Colorado in this document, and I'm just wondering whether that's because no one knows about it, which is the
Through you, Madam Mayor.
or they've said we're no longer interested.
I know at Golden's our sister city.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. That would be because the current staff that were preparing the document weren't aware of that relationship. And the relationship was not mentioned in the previously endorsed sister city policy from, I believe, 2019. So we would have to look into that and come back with an answer.
Mr. GM, can we do that? Because I'll be quite truthful that the slackness of the former directors and staff shouldn't really impinge upon the policies and the practices of today's council.
So through you, acting Deputy Mayor, the policy that the staff had been working on was the 2019 policy, which was the sister city relationship, and there was no mention. So the Hilltops policy had no mention of that previous relationship.
No, that was only because I believe that the former staff weren't prepared to chase it up. It was just too difficult, so that they didn't bother doing it. I had discussions with a former director about this, and her attitude was quite repugnant to me. Anyway,
so Councillor, are you moving? What would you like to do?
Well,
at this point,
clearly the policy should be flexible enough to recognise new sister cities and or past sister cities. If they don't want to be engaged in a relationship with us, fair enough. We don't write them in there. But at the moment, this policy only mentions basically Sutherland Council and Langjo. Well, the only thing Langjo's ever given us has cost us money, and Sutherland, I think, was mainly a relationship with Harden Shire.
So Councillor Armstrong, would you be satisfied if the policy be put on public exhibition with the sister and friendship policy, with the addition of a paragraph noting that we have on foot a relationship with Langzhou, and we put in an additional paragraph that says former or previous sister city relationships of the previous councils, because there might be others that we don't know about from the other former
potentially there are.
And we say that those sister cities be investigated with a report brought back. Would that satisfy you?
I'm happy to do that, Virgil. I just feel at the moment the policy basically is focusing on Langjo and Sutherland and no one else. And I can tell you now that there were plenty of others.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Armstrong, the policy was endorsed by this council, so we definitely weren't aware that there was another relationship that was.
The director, I'm not blaming you. I'm blaming the former directors for their slackness and their general lack of interest when it came to this whole process.
Okay, so
I think the general manager has a solution there. Yeah, I'd like to see that solution employed.
Ingram and yourself, with just noting the undertaking that we put the draft policy out, that we include a paragraph to investigate we just put it in there that other sister cities relationships be done, and should that obviously incur any budgetary impact upon us, obviously we'd need to bring that back to council for budget approval. But we put in a paragraph in there saying that former relationships be investigated.
Yep.
Or former relationships be thing. Okay.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yep.
How are the sister relationships instigated? Like where does a city in China or a city in America or wherever actually, where does that start?
I'll actually pass maybe to Councillor Armstrong with the relation.
Well, how about we pass to Councillor Houston, because Councillor Houston was, I believe, at the very start involved in the Langjo relationship.
Yep. That's true. Langjo was our first major sister city. In Golden, Colorado, never heard much more about that. We've had a couple of things going from Langjo, but nothing from Golden, Colorado.
So I think the answer to that question is as articulated. It's been a relationship from a councillor or mayor, as the case may be, that's identified a relationship through whatever process, whether it's been through a function or a conference. The relationship's been struck and been brought back and been voted upon by the respective councils.
So if there's something as old as something that no one remembers, is it worth pursuing?
I think the question raised by Councillor Armstrong is that a paragraph allowing staff to investigate that be included, and that was accepted by Councillor Ingram and Councillor Armstrong. That
there was a sister city agreement signed in 2000 with Golden, Colorado, because I wrote the agreement.
Yeah,
while I was the acting general manager. So it's not something we don't know about, but I realise it is 2024, and some of these are pretty long in the tooth. But I just think if we're going to recognise them, then we probably should recognise the past ones, so as not to lose them. If they don't want to play a game, then I guess that's fair enough. But at the end of the day, we don't know until we ask them.
So we put the part what we're proposing here is we endorse the draft citizen city policy, an inclusion of a paragraph that allows staff to investigate historic lines without any undertaking or commitment of funds, and we bring back the reporters as a matter of course on progress, and if they're not interested or they're renewed interest, so be it, and you can debate it then.
I think so.
Okay.
Question for the General Manager.
Councillor Stadmiller.
Just reading the report, it notes that an invitation has been received for the 30th Langchow Investment and Trade Fair being held 6th to 10th of July. Is anyone attending that, or are we just continuing to send pleasantries at Christmas time?
Look, this is it's there, but given although there is support with some of the expenditure, there's additional expenditure there, given the infancy, and we putting this policy out on public exhibition for support. I don't believe at this time I have the time to do it at this point, but certainly that's something that we may look to in the future if we're invited again. Simple answer, no, at this point.
Okay, so A, B, enough discussion. So I will put it to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Let's move on. Let's go to 12.7, cash and investment report. The recommendation, receive the statement of cash and investments as
So moved.
April 2024. Do I have a mover? Thank
So
you.
moved.
Councillor Fitzgerald and Councillor Foreman, seconder. Councillor Fitzgerald, have you any questions? No. Any other? Councillor Flannery, was your hand up? No? All right. If there are no questions, I'll put it to vote. Those in favour? Oh, Councillor Piper, did you? All right. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Let's move on to 12.8, outstanding rates and charges and sundry debtors report, and the recommendation, receive and the report. Do I have a mover?
So moved.
So moved. Who was that? Was that Councillor? Thank
That
you,
was me.
Miller, and second, Councillor Fitzgerald. All right. Any questions?
None whatsoever.
Councillor Piper has a question. Oh, Councillor Stadmiller, you moved it. Have you got a?
I don't have any questions. None whatsoever.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councillor Piper.
We have 1,645 overdue accounts that are 2 years or more. How are we going collecting them? There's a lot of money there that we could have in our coffers.
Of course. Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. We are fairly briskly trying to recover all those debts, and we've certainly, there's a sale of land on this Friday. Already about 10 of those have been paid, and we've noticed that, in fact, obviously people realise that we're fairly vigorous in this part. We've been getting a lot of other payments made as well in the month of May. So it's been pretty, I mean, we're actively pursuing these. We send them to the debt collector. Some I have to get listed in court. We're just progressing through all these debts, doing our best.
Question?
Yes.
No, just a clarification. The sale of properties is on this Friday in the town hall?
Correct.
What time?
Sorry, 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
I think we're down now to about 22 that you approved with, 8 or so months ago. We're now down to about 11. In fact, I think there's 2 others who are approaching me tomorrow as well. So there's been a lot of payments made, and other payments are coming in from other debtors as well. It's a big job.
Yes. So,
So May's income should be right up.
Is the contract resource employed by council performing well?
Yes, sorry, Madam. Yes, Councillor Armstrong. Yes, they're doing quite well. Probably time that we were just talking about that the other day, that we might consider going to an EOI and having a look at other. They're doing a good job, but looking at other debt collectors in the system, so that it's probably time we did that. I think in due course.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Norm, can you just tell me if the 11 outstanding, that the properties that will go to auction on Friday, are those 11, have they come back to you and they're aware that it's happening? Like you have a they've got an understanding that that's what's going to happen?
We continue to send reminders out. We continue to update on the website. Letters go to neighbours. A number of people get insulted by the fact that they go to neighbours. That's part of the process. The Act says that we should do everything we can to, it doesn't say neighbours, but it says to advise other parties, and we do that as well. So people come in, like yesterday. I've never received a reminder. I've never received a reminder notice in 6 years. Oh, okay. Well, how would you like me to respond to that? I just say, look, 4 notices go out every year, and now you're suddenly aware that the property's up. So I just leave it there. When I get a comment like that.
Through you, Madam Chair,
Councillor
I'd
Ingram.
like to congratulate CFO and his team on the work they're doing to collect these debts. Not a pleasant job, not an easy job, and there's a large number. So I'd just like to pass on my gratitude as a councillor for the efforts that you're taking to recover those debts.
Yes, yeah, thanks for that. There's a lot of, we've had some shortage of staff. There's a lot of people doing a lot of work. And certainly customer service feel the brunt of it on the first instance as well. And of course, the difficult individuals come through to me to resolve.
Okay.
I'd like to reiterate what Councillor Councillor Ingham, crikey, blimey, said.
Team Armstrong, same rules for everyone. Sorry, Tony.
Yep, I give myself an up. No, like, yeah, I'm sure he will. Look, I like
As I was a twin.
of the 11 that are likely to be sold or listed. Are there any that have had no response at all? And you're actually not even aware?
There's 2 that I'm aware of that have come back to me yesterday, and tomorrow we meet with the debt collector, who's also a legal person there, and the auctioneer, and we'll set reserves on those properties. But there are 2 others that have come back to me in the last 24 hours. I have to have a look at them very.
Probably the question: are there anywhere we're not aware of any correspondence at all, and perhaps descendants not even aware of?
Oh, not yet. I'd have to come back to you on that. I need to go back through my list and look at whether we've received correspondence or not. Certainly, in some cases, I've had 2 wanting to pay by installments, and one of the problems is they're repeat offenders. You see year after year payment plans ignored. You know, if you know what I'm saying. But I'd have to come back to you explicitly if there's any that we've had no response from. Yeah.
Do you, Madam Mayor? Just a quick question then. Does money, so to speak, have to be in the bank or before the auction is called off on that property?
Right, okay. So the ones that have already paid, I think it's about 12 of them, that money's in the bank. Okay, so that I won't withdraw it from the auction unless we get full payment. On Friday, the financial accountant will be there, and contracts will be prepared, signed, and so forth. And some may wish to pay on the day. Those are successful, or they've got 4 to 6 weeks. We're trying to actually make it a 4-week turnaround this time. Exchange of contracts, so we get the money in by 30 June.
Okay, thank you.
I thought that 40 days.
As councillors have said, it's a unforgiving job, and
yes,
it is a difficult one to continue with. So, councillors, I'll put this report. Those in favour of accepting? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. We'll move on now to 12.9, Audit Risk and Improvement Committee, or ARIC, and the terms of reference. And the recommendation is there. Would you like me to read it out, or is everybody happy with them?
So moved, Madam Mayor. We just need to nominate the member of council.
Oh, Councillor Stadmiller, you're seconding?
Yeah, well, so moved or seconding. I'm just saying that we need to nominate a councillor,
Okay.
or we need a council to nominate themselves.
Well, at the moment, Councillor Ingram moved it, and you're the seconder.
So one of the things, so that Councillor Stadmiller did through you, Madam Mayor, is to nominate the councillor, not the mayor, for that fulsome recommendation. So that needs to be a discussion with councillors who are you or not.
Oh, okay.
Question?
Yes.
When's the
Councillor-
next meeting? When's the next meeting? If the next meeting's after September, then this report is a little bit preemptive, I think.
The next meeting is
September.
in
Sorry, Madam Mayor, through General Manager. The next meeting of the Audit Committee is on the 26th of June, I think, is Councillor Armstrong, the day before the council meeting. And then there's another Audit Committee meeting scheduled for about the same date, 25th or 26th of September, if my memory serves me right.
So there'll be a councillor representative for one meeting.
That's correct. Because from the 1st of July 2024, we have to have, well, you don't need to have, sorry?
It's yes, that was brought up before. You're quite right,
Yeah.
Councillor Shannery.
But
it will stay as it is.
it will say that it is the point. The point is from the 1st of July, this council will need to have nominated a councillor for the ARIC, and if there was a need for some form of extraordinary meeting between then and the election, you've then resolved that one of your number would attend that as a non-voting member. That are the new rules.
Yep.
There are no voting councillors on there. So,
all right.
Can I add, General Manager, that there will now be one chair and two independents. Not at the moment. There's only two independent members, a chair and we have to actually nominate three, one chair plus two. So we need to go out to an EII special interest again. The three members of the committee are chair and two independents.
We don't get two independents. What happens? I mean, we've struggled for independence occasionally in the past.
Sorry, I missed that last one.
We have struggled for independence occasionally in the past. Is it a requirement for an ARIC meeting to be held with three, a chair and two? Is that a requirement for a meeting to?
From 1 July, yes.
So that's a quorum doesn't exist unless there's.
Yeah, so we were quite successful with the last. In fact, there were a few people that could have easily been put forward to you to nominate. So we were quite successful when we appointed I won't name the person, when we appointed the previous independent. Well, struggling for time now. About 9 months ago, when the chair handed over to the new chair and he left. So we did get some good response there. But we need to have that in place for the September meeting from after 1 July 24.
Okay, thank you. We have to nominate a councillor. I'd like to put forward a nomination for Councillor Mackie, who has been on the ARIC committee. It is only for potentially one meeting or no meetings. And so I put forward if Councillor Mackie is prepared to accept that nomination. And yes, once it changes. And with the election change too, I'm right in saying, isn't it, that the councillor nominee doesn't have a voting right?
that's correct.
Okay, so it is just in case. Okay, do I have a seconder for that nomination? Okay, all right, we've had a mover and a seconder. I'll put it to the vote that Councillor Mackie be our nominated councillor.
Has Councillor Mackie accepted?
1st of July.
Yes, Councillor Mackie did accept.
Thank you. No.
Okay, those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Mackie. So now we're going back. We do the recommendations there. We really have to adopt the terms of reference. We don't have any choice in that. And happy, okay, yep, happy to move and second. All right, if there's no, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Let's move on to 12:10. Oh goodness, only up to 12:10. Information system status in April 2024 and the recommendation to receive and note the report. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Foreman's hand was up first and Councillor Fitzgerald. Okay, councillor Foreman, do you want to ask anything? No?
No, thank you.
Okay, councillor Fitzgerald?
Just on point 8 in the report, how much will the council payable be delayed while the audit's underway? Any idea of time?
Sorry, just
Point 8 in documentation, it says the accounts payable has been delayed while year-end audit's underway. How long has it got? Only a couple of weeks or?
I thought we were doing with 12/11.
Or 10.
We're doing 12/10.
12/10. My apologies. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead. Sorry. Look, with a number of those things that we've got, we're handling there. I'm just trying to. I will probably delay that till after 30 June, while we're getting through audit. But at the moment, financial accountant and the creditors officer is actually doing training across accounts payable. There's some of the other people also on some of these modules that Tech One has been putting out. I'm just trying to advance that experience, and that's like the issue in relation to the XL1 reporting. So I'm possibly it's just a matter of when I can get a trainer in, but we've been focusing on the service line reporting, ready for council for the month of June. So obviously there's only a small amount of people, but there's obviously a number of people across these various components that we've listed there.
Okay, all right, thank you. If there's no more discussion, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Have you been to EXIBITION yet for the asset management?
No, I haven't. No, that's been an issue. I've had a staffing issue with some vacancies with people on sick and carers leave, so that's been a challenge. Possibly going to have to do that now after year end August, because we're getting close to year end, and we're dealing with the remediation assessment and the valuation of assets, and there's meetings happening this week again on that. So sort of it's becoming a bit closed in. So I'm going to probably have to delay that till later, after we've got a lot of the year end work done for audit.
Can you do it via Teams or remotely?
I've spoken to the CFO. We're just trying to organise my team. It's obviously been fairly tricky, and their team when they're available. We want to do a walkthrough of pretty well all their processes, actually, all their finance and property processes. I've been getting assistance from Property and Rating from Eurobodella. So I had a lady coming over there training the team on new functions, which has been excellent, actually, in terms of functions that are available in the system that we weren't using, if you like. So subdivisions, for example, we were doing it singly. In fact, there's an opportunity to load 10 at a time. So there's a number of efficiencies we're trying to do there, but I want to expand that to issues around the full finance function. But I'm going to have to probably, like in the national invoicing, I'm probably going to have to schedule that, given we've got pressure from the auditors at the moment trying to get things produced for audit together with everything else. So I'm probably going to have to delay it.
Okay, thank you.
But it's certainly that is certainly on the agenda. It's going to be useful. Parks is also another that I've spoken to as well, which the planning team went to Parks last year, so and got a lot of benefit out of that.
Okay, it's good to see support, council supporting each other. All right, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. We'll go to 12:11. Overview of Hilltops procurement and tendering management. And once again, the recommendation receive and note the report on overview of Hilltops procurement and tendering management. Can I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. A seconder? Thank you, Councillor Hewson. Any queries? Yes.
Come to my attention recently and particularly over recent months that Harden's been struggling, and I've asked a few of the shops, no names basis, how their procurement's like from council, and their general response was it's been down since amalgamation. Is there anything we can do to boost general procurements in local towns? I assume it's a function of a more centralised office system, but it certainly is having its impact.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. Look, I can have a chat with, we certainly, I've only been here a short time, we certainly, I get the message that we certainly try and use local suppliers whenever possible. That's even with vehicles and so forth. We don't go to any of the bigger entities. So, I can certainly have a chat with, obviously that procurement's right across infrastructure, planning, everybody, but I can certainly have a chat with the procurement coordinator. Obviously we get recommendations from CRJO quite a lot in terms of people different companies that are a part of a consortium, if you like, that councils can use. But in terms of Harden, I'm not sure. I must say I'm not sure. I'd probably have to go and talk to the procurement coordinator and see what we can do about trying to, obviously it's competitive. We go to EOI or tender, and we'll just take, there's an assessment process for that. And
I guess some of it happens surreptitiously almost, in that there's generally been a change over the last 8 years in staff in some of the workshops, in some of the procurement centres, and they might tend to just utilise sources that they're more familiar with. Some people might live in BOOROWA and yet work in the Harden office, or vice versa, and you tend to utilise businesses that you're accustomed to. And so some of it may happen inadvertently, where a fitter from one town, you tend to go to them. But certainly there was no businesses in Harden that told me that their procurements from council have increased since amalgamation, and the numbers varied from 60 to 80,000 less of procurements, which is a significant sum. And so I'm certainly not saying that council needs to deliberately or wantonly waste money, but it has a general impact on the businesses, and some of it might be inadvertent.
Yeah, obviously the tendering process is very open and obviously competitive.
So just
sorry, gentlemen.
No, I'm through you, Madam Mayor. Obviously the procurement process, it is said that council supports the strengthening of locals and will give preference to a local supplier where the assessment of all selection criteria is equal. So we can't be accused of doing something local against what is the value for money for the whole of council. But it's certainly a consideration as in the policy.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just going to add, I'll have a chat with the procurement coordinator is pretty switched on. I want to say that, mate, very well qualified, but I can certainly have a chat with her about yeah.
Okay, especially for small communities. Yes, take your point. All right. Thank you for the discussion. I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. All right. Well, thank you, councillors. We'll move on to 12.2, post-exhibition Hilltops place naming policy. And the recommendation is there. Note the submissions received. Adopt the post-exhibition Hilltops place naming policy and endorse the Hilltops place and roads name register as provided in Schedule 1. Do I have a mover? Councillor Foreman. And a seconder? Councillor Piper. Councillor Foreman, do you want to make any comment before?
Well, look, I've had a look over it and it all seems fine to me. I can't see any glaring. I mean, obviously we'd all like to include everybody's name that would like their loved ones or whatever on there, but we just can't. That's not what the policy is. So I think it's good, and I'm glad that we've finally will adopt it. So that's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foreman. If there are no more further comments, I'll put it. Councillor Flannery.
It doesn't preclude people putting forward names for bridge or subdivision, or this is just a register.
Yes, so through you, Madam Mayor, absolutely, Councillor Flannery. This is just a framework to assess it. It doesn't stop any other name being suggested to council for our consideration.
Okay, thank you. If all queries have been replied to, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. We'll move on now to 1213, and that's post-exhibition road naming for 2 new roads in subdivision at TEMPLEMORE Street, Young. And the recommendation is there. Note the submissions received. Endorse the proposed names of Wall Street and Hosey. Is that how you say it? Hosey? Hosey Court. Proceed with finalisation of these road names with the New South Wales Geographical Names Board. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. A seconder? Thank you, Councillor Hewson. Any queries, questions? Councillor Fitzgerald, do you want to say? Nobody else? More than happy. I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. We'll move on to 1214, post-exhibition. I think we need an H there too, don't we? Hilltops heavy haulage contribution plans for adoption. And the recommendation, adopt the Hilltops heavy haulage contribution plan 2024 in accordance with the Environmental Planning and Assessment Regulation 2021. Repeal the Harden contributions plan for heavy haulage development. Publish a notice of its decision on its website within 28 days after the decision is made in accordance with the regulation. And note the Hilltops heavy haulage contribution plan 2024 will come into effect the day on which notice of the council's decision to approve the plan is published on the council's website.
I move.
So moved. Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Councillor Armstrong, do you want to make a comment or anything?
Look, I just think that this is an opportunity for council to fund the road repairs that are so desperately needed throughout the Hilltops, and without this, then I guess the ratepayers will be left with the bill. So I support it 100%.
All right, thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Any other? No discussion. I'll put it to the vote.
I would like to make a point.
Councillor Flannery, you'd like to make a point.
Yep, and that is in relation to Councillor Ingram before about water users. I'm a significant user of heavy haulage, moving stock around, and I support this plan because at the end of the day, freight carriers have to charge fees, and if they've got to pay this, they pass it on to users, of which I am one, and I happily pay for it.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Flannery. I'll put it to the floor then, to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Moving on, we'll go to 1215. DA application stats for April. Happy to move. Thank you, Councillor Ingram. And a seconder.
Seconded.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Councillor Armstrong. Any queries, questions, Councillor Ingram? If not,
Madam Mayor,
I do have a question.
Councillor Piper.
The first application there is the Bangin. Were we going to have a trip down there to inspect this?
So through you, Madam Mayor, yes, a site visit is being planned. We did a briefing and very recently, and we said where we're at the moment is that there's a final request for information out with the applicant. Once they've furnished that information, then we'll know when we can schedule the trip, because once we've got that feedback, we hope it will be in the next 2 to 6 weeks. We are working really hard to get this DA determined this side of the election.
Okay,
Madam,
thank you.
I've got a question, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Ingram.
In relation to DA 2023/0171. It's in regard to the medical practice, new medical practice in BOOROWA Street in Young. The other reports have been saying the same. It says further information requested. I'm just wondering, is the applicant providing that information, or it's been held up their end or our end, or do we have any advice on that?
So through you, Madam Mayor, yes, it's on stop the clock. We last notified them on the end of March. So it's sitting with the applicant, and it's to do with fire safety upgrades as their matter that we're wanting to get some feedback from them on.
I'll chase it up with the medical centre.
Okay, thank you. All right, if there are no more queries, questions, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. We're moving on to 1216, affordable housing, earthworks at 12 Bruce Street, Young. All right, and the recommendation is front to grant consent to development application for affordable housing, dual occupancy and earthworks at Lot 6, Section 53, 12 Bruce Street, Young. Subject to conditions set out in attachment 1. Do I have a... And I think Councillor Dodd for this. Yeah, okay. No, Councillor Dodd can't. She's just put in a... Okay, thanks. Councillor Fitzgerald, do I have a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Mackie. Councillor Fitzgerald, do you want to make a comment?
There's a lot of paperwork here, but my reading through it, it just involves the setback and some of the earthworks, but the setback is sort of irrelevant because there aren't any houses on that side of the street, and the earthworks are reasonable given the slope of the land. And it seems to be the staff would recommend us accepting this.
So through you, Madam Mayor, that is indeed an accurate summary of what the report says and the reasons for recommending approving the application.
Yeah. So I think it's fine.
All right, thank you. If there are... Councillor Ingram?
Question 3, Madam Mayor. So on that undertaking of what's just been presented to council, am I to do that dangerous thing and presume that any future PAs that come to council asking for a variance of anywhere up to 76% will be recommended by council staff to adopt? Is that a given now?
So through you, Madam...
Given that there's 3 items, 2 more to follow this same item with relating to the same matter, where the variance has been given from 50% to 70% on one of them and 76% on another one. So that being the case, am I to take it that any further DA coming to council seeking a variance of 70 to 76% will be ticked off by council staff and recommended for councillors to adopt, given some recent history?
So through you, Madam Mayor, each variance is assessed on its own merit based on the type of variation that's sought for the item, the planning control done. So we do not have any blanket rules around saying X% variance, you hit that threshold, then that's the reason for it. As you would all understand, planning is site specific and every application is assessed on its merit. But no, we are not setting any precedent in terms of saying that a variance of, say, 50% for the cut and fill means that we'll accept variances of 50% for every type of request we have going forward. It's done. It's assessed on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you. I accept that. I just find it strange that, and great concept. Don't get me wrong about the supportable housing. It's fantastic. The best news I've heard for a long, long time. I just have a concern when, as I said, there's a variance of 70% in our town, and then when other matters come through the planning, there's no room for any variance at all. So it just seems a bit strange that this applies to this and doesn't sort of apply to any. You know, my point is, while it can be dealt with individually on each matter, we need to be consistent somewhere with our approvals. Now I find it, no, that's great. Council staff have recommended we approve that, and that's fine, but it'll be closely monitored in respect to the amount of variance, because it's not 10% or 20% or 30%, it's 70% and 76%. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ingram. If there's no more commentary, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Noting that Councillor Dodd excused. The next 2 items, 1217 and 1218. Would it be acceptable if we move those together?
So moved.
So moved. Those in favour? Okay, passed. All right. I'll put before you 1217 and 1218.
So moved with a comment.
So moved by Councillor Flannery, seconded by Councillor Ingram. Councillor Flannery, you have a comment.
Look, I'd like to support the very pragmatic approach taken by the director here, but I am a little bit gobsmacked given the Wales of concern and of setting precedents of some councillors in relation to a subdivision of a block well outside the town of Young, which would have had no impact on anyone. And now no one seems to have any concern about an issue which will definitely set a precedent. And I just get a bit befuddled by the irony of it all.
All right, thank you, Councillor Flannery. If there's no more comment, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. May we move on to 1219? Oh, pardon me, I didn't have the speaker on. 1219, Village Water Supplies prioritisation. And the recommendation is there that council receive and note the report. Can I have a mover? Do I have a mover?
I'll move the recommendation.
Armstrong, and a seconder? Thank you.
Seconder.
Councillor Armstrong.
Madam Mayor, I said at a workshop very recently that I think that this is a classic case of council going off a tangent. We were asked to assist with the Bribby water supply. We spent $25,000 or $35,000 with a consultant to get an entirely different answer. I cannot believe it. I don't believe that council should do anything with this report other than put it on the top shelf and let it go to dust. Thank you very much to the staff member for spending the time in writing the report to council. I'm quite certain that you would have preferred to be doing something else, and I regret the fact that you had to write the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. If there's Councillor Stadmiller.
Just a bit of concern here, Madam Mayor, around the lack of a total or a subtotal, I suppose, between the cost for the 4 villages in the former Bora Shire and the 4 villages in the former Young Shire. It actually comes to around $17,757,911, but that was left out. It's an enormous amount of money, and I'd like to find out how much the report cost to be provided to council, and if we need to go into confidential, that should be done, because it's imperative that we know what we're doing. We did only seek investigations around Bribery, and now we have got 8. It seems to be an extensive report. Some of it still only provides non-potable water, and if this is something that council is going to, I suppose, make a priority at some stage, I share Councillor Armstrong's concerns that it's going to sit somewhere for a period of time due to cost and ability to seek funding. We're in no position to pay for this ourselves. Can I get an explanation as to what the cost of the report is, and what funding sources, including grants and the names of those grants, we would be trying to attract funding from?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Stadmiller, I'll throw to the Director of Infrastructure on the costs, which I understand he's nodded that he has a view on. I just referred that Council did resolve that we undertake an investigation and prioritisation of the village water supplies. The reason why this report, as indicated, this is just to guide, as in for staff when grants come up. There is no identified grants at this point in time. To guide us is to say, well, based upon the work done by the NGY, what the quantum would be, how many people would be benefited from it, and it's a prioritisation. So at this point, it is of interest. It is useful to staff to build upon, but the actual execution and the quantums of money, that is a whole different process, which we would have to bring back to council for consideration on how we might do these things. If I've answered that part of the question, I'll throw now to our Director of Infrastructure for the cost of it that would have been funded through our consultant's budget. But Duncan.
Thank you, General Manager. Yes, Councillor Armstrong is correct. The cost of that report was about $30,000. And as you've explained in response to the councillor's question about the options that are provided there, yes, those costs are the costs that came up in the consultant's assessment of potential projects for those areas. They're not in any way indicative of a commitment by council to undertake that project or what it would cost council. It was part of the process of prioritising which communities we would look at in the event that funding became available. We're not aware of any funding programs that would support these particular projects, but should funding come up, we can consider them with these priorities set out.
Thank you, and I just want to thank the Director for that answer. At the moment, Yass Valley Council's resolved to spend in the vicinity of around $35 or $36 million on a water treatment plant, and they're relying mainly on grant funding, so we need to work out which grants that we can apply for and make this a serious issue, because potable water is a human right, and I harp on a bit about the villagers getting a bit of a raw deal at times. And if we can get someone else to pay for this, we should, because it's obvious that we can't. So I hope that the Director can continue to look for funding sources and be successful on this one at some stage.
Thank you, Councillor Stedmiller. If there's no further comment, question, query, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on now to 1220. 24129, roundabout at intersection of BOOROWA Street and MCKENZIE Street.
Happy to move.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram, and seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald.
I've got a question, Madam Mayor.
On this?
Yep, that's right.
Yes. I was just going to defer to Councillor Ingram first because...
Okay, sorry, I might have missed that. Sorry, Councillor Ingram.
And then certainly, are you happy? All right. Okay. Councillor Stadmiller, you can ask a question.
Yeah, just a question for the Director as to how the roundabout's actually faring. Obviously, everyone knows that it was a temporary roundabout and served a purpose for a period of time, but has a number of years under its belt at the moment. Will it go for another 10 years, or what sort of maintenance would it need over the next decade? Because I'm in favour of probably leaving it there with those traffic numbers. And I don't believe there's been any major crashes or anything go on there.
So through you, Madam Mayor, the roundabout is performing as we would expect from an equivalent permanent roundabout. We're not expecting any major maintenance over the next 10 years or so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Ingram, your light's on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll speak on the matter as the councillor who brought the matter up after requests and complaints taken on board by predominantly truck drivers who, especially during the harvest season, with big trucks come through there, and with the roundabout, of course, if there's a car coming out from the side street, they stop, give way, go back through their gears and come back out and start again. So they're not very happy about it. But also, I took in notice that the pole that stands just off the offside of the roundabout has had a great chunk taken out of it. So I don't know about the safety issue there. But having said all that, I put their concerns to council that spoke to me about it, and I thank staff for bringing a report through with it. I don't know if it needed to go that far with talking about traffic lights. That's never going to happen there. But because of our financial situation to the council and the cost it would take to remove the temporary roundabout. And the cost of rehabilitating that piece of road could be anywhere in excess of $250,000, and I couldn't support that amount of money being needed to correct something that works quite efficiently. As I said, it is a pain. I apologise to all them truck drivers out there who spoke to me, but to be financially responsible on the matter, I'm happy to receive and note the report. And it says it goes to the traffic committee. Well, I don't have a lot with the traffic committee. I'm pleased to let the matter go, but I thank staff once again for bringing the report through.
Thank you, councillor, for those positive comments. If there's no further discussion.
Just one thing,
yes, councillor
traffic
Fitzgerald.
committee meets on the 5th of next month, so we should have a report on this back to the council. For the next meeting. Yeah. No, I'll just
thank you.
information and talk.
Here we go.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to that.
All right. Okay. If there's no further comment, I'll put it to vote. Those in favour? Okay, unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Which brings us to 1221, the Capital Works Program. Thank you. To receive and note the report, moved by councillor Flannery and seconded. Okay, councillor Fitzgerald, councillor Flannery.
No, a couple of questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry? No, I'm not.
Yes.
So through you,
My question.
Here it is, the Capital Works Program.
there is an amended report put forward. The original report was done before the finalisation of the QBR, and there were some anomalies which were cross-checked and discovered today, and so we've reissued the report. So this agrees with the quarterly budget review report.
Right. Well, I haven't looked at this report, so I'll have to defer to Councillor Ingram on some of them. One of the questions was, I lost my place now. Chums Lane Culvert. Could we get details of the 15%? So $1 million. So 15%. My calculations, 150,000 has been spent already on Chums Lane. I've seen 3 big concrete blocks. I think they normally cost $50 each. Put there. Where are the other? Or is that for design? Have we expended money on design? And what that expenditure? I'll ask that question first.
Thank you, councillor, for your question. And yes, as the general manager explained, I must apologise. The report was finalised prior to the QBR being finalised. And for the benefit of councillors who haven't had a chance to review the revised report, the changes since then are only in the budget column and the percentage expended column. For questions about specific projects, I'll just ask the manager of projects and contracts to assist.
15%. It's saying they're 1% to 15%. I'll have to review the new report in relation to Chums Lane.
Will you, Madam Mayor, the
Chums Lane things.
Yeah, there's been 1% expended on the budget for the projects, 15% going forward with detailed design, environmental assessment. All the quality plans have been submitted to council, so the project is moving along quite well.
So we've only spent 1% of the money.
Yeah.
$15,000, but we've got 15% of that.
There's cost outstanding for that project.
All right. Okay. A question about Ringo. Now, the last thing I had a question about Ringo back. Ringo property.
Is this Maringo stock route gravel resheeting 500 metres?
Yes, I was thinking.
Okay, that's on page 7 of the updated report. Expenditure. There are some costs outstanding, $2,380. Budget expended 24%. Overall percentage 35%. So I'll now defer back to the manager.
What was your question about that one?
It was in relation to the Maringo stock route. Where exactly was it?
Well, at the last, if my understanding of the Maringo stock route is where it comes off Olympic Way, does a hard left turn and comes back and connects back into Choose Lane, I think it is.
I'm unsure of the exact location of the road there for that one, but I can find out and come back to you on
Well, the question was, there are potholes literally that deep all through it, and when I drove over it, which was literally a day after the last meeting, it listed that it was 35% complete. And when you're doing gravel resheeting, I think my question was last time and still is, how do you do 35%? You either do gravel resheeting or you don't. For a 500-metre stretch,
I'll have to come back to you on that one to see exactly if that stretch was part of that, where the potholes are or where the actual works were. So I'll come back to you on that one.
Okay, well, more generally, I mean, how do you do 35% of gravel resheeting on it? And I don't think it's changed since the last meeting. I mean, you either have plant equipment out on a job and doing a job. Like, I can understand when you've got 2 kilometres and it's 35% complete.
Is it, sorry, Councillor, is it the allocation of gravel to that job to do the gravel resheeting?
It could possibly be that. There's been some costs involved with the actual purchasing of the gravel.
Yeah.
And I know the works have been undertaken in the month of May, so maybe it was just a bit of a early start on that percentage-wise.
All right. Any other questions? Well, Councillor Flannery. Councillor Piper.
Flannery's looking up. I'm the council representative on Tilt Wind Farm, and they have finished transporting material. So I would suggest it'd be a good time for council to get in touch with them and do a run from BOOROWA all the way out to Rye Park and point out the condition of the road that they are responsible for looking after.
Okay, noted.
Yeah, no, I'll note that. I'll pass on to the assets team. Thank you for that.
All right, thank you. Councillor
My understanding of that is that council does the work, they provide the funds.
Okay, Councillor Ingram.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just in regard to some of the road repairs, and the commentary reads the same on all of them. Initial works completed grant has been extended to October 2027. Further works are planned. And then you come down the schedule, it says the same project delayed due to grant, the project's delayed due to grant extension and prioritised works. So they've been delayed because you've got longer to do them and you are doing other works. Is that how I read that? Project delayed due to grant extension and prioritising works.
Yes, that's correct.
So it says that grant, these that I'm talking about, Histonia Road, Bibarungi, Kenya Road, Kingsvale Road, they all expire in October 2027.
Oh, yes, that's correct.
So on that list, we've got some work that's done, 67%, the budget, 75% of the work. Do we have any indication on any of or all of those projects that have started, when they might be completed? My point being, there's the whole list there, and it says the same thing on every one of them. Further works are planned, further works are planned. Is any gap? What's happening?
Through you, Madam Mayor.
Or the resealing?
The rest of these works have been planned for the next financial year when it warms back up. Being involved in that scope of works with all the other road works.
Thank you. I look forward to following up and having that funding spent where it's allocated. So thanks for that. And it sounds like it's lucky the grant was extended.
We were on track to complete it, but then when the grant got extended, we prioritised other works.
Okay, thank you.
Makes sense. If there no, Councillor Stadmiller.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just the Harden to BOOROWA pipeline. We haven't received any sort of update lately or in this business paper as to how that is progressing, the works there. And just the figures around the young water mains, BOOROWA water mains and Harden water mains. They're all different from the total original budget to the total current budget. That's obviously due to, and I hope I'm right, it being pushed into the next financial year.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we can bring a report back to Council on the Harden BOOROWA pipeline and give you an update on that one.
Just on the Harden BOOROWA pipeline. Sorry, Councillor.
Well, I can answer part of that question because there's been the survey truck doing test drilling all along Cunningar Road for the last couple of weeks. I think they're drilling holes. Look, it could be as frequently as every couple of 100 metres. There's blue marks on the side of the road, so they're well into that. And I'll let you. I've got a question. That was my other question about that.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, further on to that point with Councillor Flannery. Yes, the geotech is almost complete. The environmental assessment is complete. The costing is just about to commence with that. So I'll bring a more detailed report back to Council with everything with that.
So it's on task still for June. I think the date was.
Yeah, we are still planning. We are still planning for around that June mark. Yes.
Councillor Stadmiller or Councillor Armstrong? Councillor Stadmiller, then Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, just the answer around the money for the water mains that's been rolled over into next year by the looks of it. Is that right?
For you, Madam Mayor, yes, that is correct. We have backed out those programs as we couldn't complete them. So we'll move the work into next year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question through you to the General Manager. BOOROWA Caravan Park. I know that in the Capital Works report that we've got 62% of the budget expended and 75% overall completed. I'm just wondering, when are we going to complete this? It seems to have been going on now for what seems like 8 years. I guess the same question goes for the Harden Caravan Park. When do we like to see those two projects, SCCF projects or SCF projects, completed and fully expended?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the caravan parks are almost at completion. The majority of the works are complete now. It's just really installing the booking systems into the kiosks there. Then everything will be complete.
So we've got a fair lump of money that's left over from the BOOROWA Caravan Park. Wouldn't like to think that we were spending that amount of money on a booking system. The 3253 that we've got left at Harden probably is about what I think about. So what other works that have been done there? It's only 75%. BOOROWA 75%.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, we're investigating other works that can be done. The works that we had scheduled came in cheaper than we originally budgeted for. So there was a bit of a funding remaining for that. So we are looking at the kiosks, the booking systems. When that's complete, we'll see what else we can do with the remaining funds.
Thank you.
Just on the report that's coming back to Council on the Harden and BOOROWA water line, observing, I actually assumed that the pipeline would probably run through the line of best fit or most direct route, but observing the core sampling's been taken, it's all along Cunningar Road, and I personally have serious reservations about the vegetation that's going to have to come out if they are on the road reserve along that road. Are we aware of whether it'll be inside the private properties, which is generally where the telecom lines are, and which was, I assume there's an easement along there. Has the power line easement been considered, or is it to be along the road reserve? And I would have thought if it's along the road reserve, the environmental impact is far more significant.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we're still assessing the environmental assessment that we are planning to go through the road reserve. It's, we aren't able to go through any power easements. That's part of the easement. You can't put any other assets in that easement. So we are looking at going along the road reserve in the concept design.
So that mean all the vegetation will be lost along the road reserve where the pipe's going in?
I can't comment on that at this stage. We have to further look into the environmental assessment and the concept design.
So it's normally fairly predictable that these things come before council. The 11th hour, it becomes apparent, or people start objecting, and then you've got a grant here and your various community obligations or concerns. So can we get that detailed as part of the report? Some information on vegetation loss that might occur?
Yeah, I can bring that back in the report, yes.
I, as a landholder adjacent, would much rather provide an easement over my land than have vegetation ripped out.
Okay. If there are no further comments, questions, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Right, we'll move on to 1222. Just waiting. The works report.
Can I just ask another question in relation to that report? And it's been asked by a number of ratepayers. I realise we've moved on.
No, we've passed on, I think, Councillor
Consideration of
Flannery.
gas line coming back.
Thank you. We'll perhaps, yeah. We'll go on to 1222, 24131, the works report. Thank you, Councillor Ingram, and Councillor Foreman had her hand up pretty quick. All right. Okay. Any questions? Councillor Ingram.
Just a comment more than anything else in regard to the works report and the capital works report that we've been provided with now. Hopefully once at the next meeting, not late in the afternoon, but thank you again for that. And as I mentioned, my pet, the roads that we look after, they now got a different line item, so the gravel reshooting and the maintenance are reported differently, and we'll be able to report it to councillors and keep an eye on where the funding's going and how much is spent and how much is not. And I spoke to the acting director in regard to this little matter, so I'm not throwing anyone under the bus at all, but just in regard to the scheduling and the works program that we do. And it came up about a road. I'd asked him about when some work would be done, and he got back to me and with the information, and the information was that there would be maintenance grading at the end of this month into June. And I said, oh, I thought it might have been gravel reshooting, and he again came back to me and said, yeah, look, I've looked that up and found it's scheduled for gravel reshooting in July. I'm not an engineer or a grader driver, but it would appear to me that's not getting value for money, and the acting director agreed with me and said it's something that needs to be looked at. To be doing maintenance grading 1 month and 6 weeks later gravel reshooting, that's not getting a bang for our buck at all, especially for the farmers and the people who drive them dirt roads. So I think those schedules need to be looked at, and the acting director agreed with him and said he'd have a look at that and just ensure, if you're doing one, there's not much good doing the other one 6 weeks later. You need to have them spread apart. They've got a great road for 6 weeks of the year, and there's a storm, and then they've got nothing for 10 months. So, but I thank the acting director for getting me back promptly on both matters, and I'm sure he'll take it under consideration. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. If there are no further questions, queries, Councillor Piper.
On page 857, ongoing maintenance, BOOROWA, showground maintenance and mowing. Has any work started on the repair to the racecourse showground? Stand? Have we started repairs?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I understand we're still investigating what the actual, how extensive the issue is and what needs to be done, but we will be bringing that back to council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, righto. If there are no further questions, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Right on. We're moving on to where am I up to? 1223. You're right. 1223. Here we go. Media releases and Office of Local Government circulars. Recommendation is in front to note the releases and circulars, and it's been moved by Councillor Fitzgerald. Do I have a seconder? Second by Councillor Foreman. If there are no questions.
I've just got a question, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor
Looks like for the month of, the previous month, there were 3 media releases. Are we employing someone in the media department full time to write media releases, and that's the productivity, or how does it work?
The Director of Corporate and Community will answer.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Stadmiller, we have one full-time media and communications staff member who was unfortunately on leave with COVID for quite a significant amount of time during that period. But we will make note to improve our distribution of media releases. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, if there are no more comments, I'll put it to vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. We'll move on to 1224. Committee report requiring no action. That's the Galong Limestone Mine VPA Steering Committee. And the recommendation is there. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Foreman. And a seconder? Councillor Piper.
Question, did you say this requiring no action? Previous.
Yeah, this is requiring no action. The action from last meeting, the irrelevant funds have been allocated and noted. I've also reached out to Greymont, and I've got a teleconference with them next week in relation to potentially changing the VPA for the committee terms.
Can I just get clarification, because I'm a little bit confused? So the Galong Progress Association make recommendation, or any progress association, let's be a bit more generic about it, make recommendations to a VPA committee where one exists. The VPA committee may or may not, let's say they do adopt the recommendations. The minutes of that meeting come to the council meeting and they get adopted. So then it goes back. We've actually got to have, as my understanding, we have 2 meetings of the VPA committee, because one's a recommendation which gets adopted. That then has to be adopted again by the next meeting, which is then got to be accepted by the council meeting, which then goes back for disbursement of funds.
I just follow that. The recommendation from the Progress Association to the committee, yes, they make the recommendation, they move that, they resolve their own minutes because they're independent of us. They're not a Section 355 committee. They may report to us as need be. They make a recommendation to, when the VPA steering committee meet, they consider those recommendations. And then they make a recommendation upon that, and they make their own minutes. Those minutes come before this council to adopt those minutes and those actions, which then we act upon.
Well, no, because that's where we had a dispute at the last meeting. Then I was told when I went to attend this meeting, and this meeting here was held.
My understanding was that to get around that,
this meeting here was held on the 7th of December. So we've had another meeting since, and it was asked by a committee member, why isn't anything happening? And the answer from Mark Chris was because they were the minutes. It was adopted at the 7th of December meeting, but they've got to come back to the next meeting, which was in February, because you've got to adopt the minutes of the previous meeting before you can spend any money. So then those adopted minutes have to come back to council again, and then council can spend the money. And I said, that is ridiculous. And that was how it was. And I said, but that's not how we operate as a council.
So I thought I understood that they would be issuing those minutes. If there are no changes to the minute, they'd be.
They're still going to be adopted at the next meeting.
I think.
Well, I said that's not how we operate.
I'll pass to the CFO also.
Sorry, I just had a recent email on that. In fact, the manager engineering and assets is actually obtaining quotes for the work to be done right now. So it's underway.
I want to know going forward, given generally BPA meet twice, sometimes 3 times a year.
Excuse me, can Councillor Flannery turn his microphone on, please?
If VPA committees only meet 2 or 3 times a year, and this 7th of December was the first time in 5 years, the procedural operation is there's a recommendation at the meeting, they're adopted. But those minutes are not actually adopted in full or legally until they come back to the next meeting, because the minutes of a meeting have to be accepted. Then they've got to come back to council again to be adopted as the previous minutes of the meeting.
But council approves. So you've approved you've approved what's in the minutes. And I can let you know. I spoke to the manager yesterday, and so you obviously confirm where the money's to be spent. So yes, I think it's the tennis courts, and I think it's the cemetery gates from memory, and they're currently getting quotes right now. So the issue would be who's going to do the work. Council decides. Obviously, you decide we're going to do the work. We're going to contract it out. And obviously, we need to make sure that we've then got appropriate invoices. So I'm not quite sure about going back to the VPA again. The manager in engineering is already preparing those quotes.
So I believe the question from the councillor is the Galong Progress Association have their minutes and they adopt them at their next meeting.
Yep.
That recommendation goes to the VPA.
Yep.
The VPA undertake the discussions, and then those minutes are adopted at the next meeting, which may be some months later.
Oh.
And then once they're adopted, the understanding of the council, and it's my understanding as well, is only at that point, if council adopts those actions, they can only adopt those actions once the VPA committee has ratified their own minutes and those actions. That's fine.
Minimum 8 months, not a year.
So, yeah, I'm sorry that it.
Can I just add, General Manager, that just for the mayor, I just recall that the manager engineering was off for us last year for a fair period of time.
So yeah,
before the meeting was held.
Sorry, I just want to refer to the terms of reference. I believe we addressed this through the terms of reference that were adopted to allow the committee to consider those minutes within 7 days, so they can come to council in a more timely manner. And that's under the terms of reference. And so that was adopted. So once we get those minutes, those minutes are issued, the committee has the opportunity to say nay or yay. So we will rely upon that from a governance mechanism to bring that to you, so you make a decision so that we can move forward on those, which is how I understand it's working, is because of the action that's already been undertaken. Okay, thank you.
All right, Peter. In which case, I will put it to the floor. Those in favour?
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you very much. We'll go to 1225. Action summary report. Okay. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Foreman, and a seconder. Okay, Councillor Ingram. All right.
Questions?
Yes, Councillor. Any questions, Councillor Foreman? You put it forward. Have you any questions? If not, you've forgotten. Okay. Maybe it means like you need some sustenance. All right, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. We'll move on. Questions with notice. I haven't any questions. We'll move on to notice of motion. And after that, the late report before this. All right. I have been advised that we look at the late report first, which is 12/26. Distribution of council's financial assistance and sponsorship program. The recommendation, this comes from the meeting that was held on Monday. The recommendation to council. I think I'll read this. Receive and note the report. Approve the recommendations of the Financial Assistance and Sponsorship Committee. 1. Rescind Council Resolutions 2195. Resolved at the ordinary May 2021 Council meeting and Council Resolution 21125. Resolved at the ordinary June 2021 Council meeting. Provide funding to the recommended projects to be funded in the 2023-24 Financial Assistance and Sponsorship Program. Advise the Boorowa Touch Football and Netball Carnival Committee that the current funding arrangement has ceased and encourage organisers to seek alternative funding sources for future events. And 4, allocate 2,500 from the 2023-24 Financial Assistance and Sponsorship Program to the Boorowa Touch Football Netball Carnival, subject to receipt of a formal late application. Councillor Foreman, you want to move?
Yeah, with an amendment.
All right. Do we have a seconder?
Well, before we do that,
Oh,
you're moving the motion. How are you moving the motion? And what are you changing within the motion that's before?
No motion up yet.
Yeah, well, that's what she's moving the motion with. Change of
Making
word.
an amendment.
What words are you? It's not an amendment yet. You're just putting forward a motion. What within this motion, within the recommendation, are you changing to put?
So I'm going to do that now.
You put that now.
Okay.
Well, no, she has to. The deputy mayor has to put it, and someone may second it or not. So please put your motion.
All right. On point 3 of the recommendation, I would suggest that we change I'd like to change the wording to take out has ceased after current funding arrangement, take out as ceased and put in is to be reconsidered. And add point 5 being consider allocating the remaining 17,694 to the Boorowa Touch Football and Netball Carnival. After a report comes back to 24 June meeting with full costings.
There is a second for that motion.
Everybody's.
Is there a seconder?
Is there a seconder?
I'll second.
Okay, seconder. Okay.
Minute Secretary, can we please share that on the screen?
Just before you do, Mr. General Manager, I have a problem with dot point 4 that's already in the recommendation and now it's still in the motion. We had a policy put to council in regard to this matter. And now we have allocated $2,500 blah to the financial assistance program to Boorowa Touch Football, subject to receipt of a formal late application. That is in direct conflict with the policy. Other applications have ruled out because they're late. We have a dot point there saying do this on a formal late application when in our policy clearly states it's not allowed. I just thought I'd bring it up to everyone's notice. I can't see how it can be there.
Could I ask then if the policy says just 2,500, that we can't allocate the 17?
Correct. That would be, that is correct. And with the rescission of the motion, it's a clean slate. So the question before you, Councillor, is what, if any, funding you're going to do for the BOOROWA Touch Football Carnival. These recommendations were put forward by the committee for discussion. It's in your hands.
But they had no choice because the policy says that they can only have 2,500.
The policy is restrictive in the allocation of funds to community groups, and as was raised by the councillors in the committee, there were it was an existing arrangement where a budget of $26,000 out of this line item, particularly in relation to the June 2021 resolution, that's the amount of
so
support.
that doesn't stand anymore though, the 26,000.
Well,
like where does the policy fall in with the budgeted allocation already?
It doesn't fit within the policy. It's a given the policy as it stands, it would be a legacy part, which I understand from the committee.
Even though it was budgeted way back.
That's correct. Even though the policy dictates this is how the money should be allocated under the Financial Assistance Sponsorship Program, and it's inconsistent with the policy. And the committee discussed or debate here in this chamber how this may be addressed.
Can I ask, just to refresh my memory, when was the policy changed?
Recently, the policy was changed.
December.
What we have with the issue, if I can help out a little bit, is if you read the resolution that this was done under originally, and yes, it was paid last year. Sadly, I believe from my memory, it came in, they're out of time. The subject was brought up about the eligibility. They haven't got time to do anything else. It was June. Okay, it goes through. It shouldn't have. If you read the resolution that's on the books that council made in regard to that report, it has never been followed. There's never been a report provided back to council incorporating more data about the event, so the economic data can be evaluated. It was never allocated a line item, and the funding was to come from borrowings. It was brought up at the workshop. How did it happen then? Well, the simple answer is there was a mistake made. That was unfortunate, but what would be more unfortunate now is to make the same mistake that everyone's well aware. It needs to be corrected. We need to deal with it tonight in some manner, then revisit the whole concept.
I'd argue it would be more unfortunate if we didn't find the $26,000 and make it happen, because it's an institution really.
Happy to debate that matter with you. Happy to debate.
And I think at this late stage in any organisation that's been going on for that long, I think it's pretty cruel that you would pull funding, when you've got such a big event, bigger, I would argue, than even our WOOLFEST. You're talking about 12,000 people. You're talking about, multiplying our population in BOOROWA by 4, 8, whatever, a huge day. And I think it's it's too late really to implement such a drastic pull on funding for such an incredible community day.
I agree with some of what you're saying, Councillor. Of course I do. The problem is there's a policy there. We made a mistake. I can't, in all good faith, doesn't matter what the project is or what it's about, I can't go through defying a resolution of council not a recommendation, a resolution of council's there. In regard to the funding of the 26,000 going to that event, a couple of things I'll point out. In the last council meeting, Madam Mayor put up a mayoral minute in regard to cost shifting by the state government and how much it costs each ratepayer. The debate that was had before in prior council before your time in regard to this matter about this benefits state schools. And the simple last point about the matter is, out of the funding that's there to be allocated, if that was to $26,000 was to go there, this is just here on top of it, that would mean that 42% of that funding was going to the former BOOROWA LGA area. Now, you say it's a great event and the kids and all the rest of it. I don't disagree with that. My point to anyone is that what about the other people that applied for funding that miss out because of it? Besides the fact that the resolutions, in good conscience, I couldn't feel comfortable handing 42% of a funding allocation to a community that contributes 16% back, albeit for a great event. And I agree with that with the kids. It just doesn't marry up.
Well, I mean, if you look at it purely in figures, it might not add up, but the flow-on effect for the whole community, you're talking about kids in sport, you're talking about girls in sport, you're talking about schools, government schools and systemic Catholic schools actually doing something together. You're talking about the impact it has on the relationship we have with Canberra and the region. The flow-on effect is extraordinary. I mean, in the end, there's not a lot of money made. The money's made in the canteen, really. But the contribution to Hilltops is enormous. And the historical significance of that event shouldn't be underestimated.
Never has been. Are we in committee?
Are we? I was just about to say, if we're going to talk about this, I think we should move into committee. Councillor Stadmiller,
I vote that we move into committee, Madam Mayor. It's a conversation between two councillors at the moment.
Okay. Councillor Fitzgerald. All right, let's move into those in favour. Yes, thank you. We take into account Councillor Doddie's. Okay, unanimous.
All
right.
Could I just say too, we have historically given away that 26,000. It has been going for a long time, I think. And I think it is unfair to, without giving BOOROWA notice, to actually just pull this completely. So this is why I've put up that motion for this time. But it also does say in the policy, requests greater than $2,500 will be considered through a separate report to council. But the issue, so it can come as a separate report to council, which I'm hoping that the way that I've written that amendment says that. And then we can bring it back with full costing. So the BOOROWA community and Young Council and Hilltops Council knows how much it actually costs. And we see if it's even in the ballpark figure of the costings of the event. I mean, it's an invaluable social event, that's obvious. But anyway, this isn't a way to maybe go around getting a total of, if it was to come back and we looked at the costings, it's an if of $20,100 or something, so it doesn't fall too short of the 26. Also, too, we allocated more money because we had taken the 26 out of the funding, so there actually now is no longer 26 anyway. There's less than that by, yeah, the 17, yeah, and we've allocated the 2.5 off. And that helps you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, who was with us when we had this meeting in the committee. I said then, and I stand by it, that initially I think we used to do the traffic control, and it's very important because of being something and you need traffic control. And I said at the workshop that I'd be happy for 8, I think it was 8, and it went to $10,000. It could be more now for traffic control, and I'm comfortable with that. I really am. What I'm not comfortable is with the 26,000. Quite comfortable with 10,000 for traffic control, given the timing of it. And then when you look into the future, And good luck to the former Boorowa LGA who become eligible for $70,000 in July from a wind farm. And in October, $170,000. There will be $250,000 up for grabs in the following years.
That's just getting a bit close, you know.
I understand your point about getting close, but we have a responsibility. We all have a responsibility, council, to abide by the rules. That's all. As the deputy mayor said, the policy says it can come back in a separate report, and we could look at it again. But I don't think we're going to solve that problem here tonight.
Councillor thanks, Councillor Ingram. I didn't mean to cut you up. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yeah, look, this is a very important issue, and I've only actually had the chance to consider it today, and that worries me a little bit. It's a very important carnival over there. My child's attended it when she was of the age to attend it. And it's not just for Boorowa, because, you know, I took a group of kids from Young High School over there on one occasion, and it goes from all the schools around the district and outside of Hilltops. It's a Hilltops thing which is held in one of the towns in Hilltops. I think it's important we support it, and I accept that if we've come up with a problem with our policy, we need to stop and look at it. And my recommendation, and I'm more than happy to move this, is that we defer this till the next meeting, the next council meeting, allowing time for staff and the Boorowa people to work out exactly what's the best solution possible and what's the baseline they can get away with. And I accept all the other things, but this just seems, boom, it's too quick. Usually we get 2 days, but only half a day has made it very difficult. It's a Hilltops occasion. I think we should support it. How we best support it, I think we need time to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Piper.
If we take Councillor Fitzgerald's idea of postponing it for another month, that puts the organisation another month behind, knowing exactly how much their money they're going to get. There are, as has been pointed out, people come from Canberra. Harden, I found out, as I was coming here tonight, the headmaster of one of the schools rang me, and he said, Harden gets all the meat. They get all that from the one butcher, comes over to do the 12,000 odd people. Last year at around about 12:30, I happened to be in the ground, and we got a phone call through from the bakery in Boorowa, sold out of everything, got nothing left. This is the generation that comes from this event. Surely we can give them this year, and then next year let them work out their own what they have, where they're going to get the money from, because they know they're not going to get anything from council.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and not to be in the debate, it's just the mechanics of what's being discussed. The committee put forward that $42,506 be allocated from the financial assistance and sponsorship. That's their recommendation. So the money that has remained from allowing for that amount, there is $20,194 left from that funding source, being the financial assistance and sponsorship program line item. The $26,000, just to remind councillors, the actual physical cash that the report that I was asked to do back in May 2021 was what is the cost of council of its support. So that's an activity-based costing. That's the cost of staff doing the slashing, mowing, cleaning of amenities, waste removal, etc. That's staff doing those. The actual physical cash, and I think Councillor Ingram referred to it, was the cash that has been provided actually has been for the traffic control. That's the actual cash. The allocation of the budget support has been the allocation of staff time to support it. So it's in-kind support, but we've actually budgeted and actually had time cast against it. So when we talk about 26,000, the committee or the organisers of the touch football and netball carnival aren't short, inverted commas, $26,000. They would be short the traffic control money. There's no other money that we've paid them. That's been that support.
What's that? Do we know that amount? For the coming year?
For the coming year, well, look, back in 2021, it was estimated just to be over 10,000. That was cancelled. So I suspect it would have escalated probably 12, 13,000 for traffic control of the magnitude that's expected by the police.
And that's contracted.
And we contract that. We contract that out.
And we haven't got the capacity to do that?
No, not to the standard. This is police because of the volume of people and all of the main arteries.
The 12,000.
Yeah, that's right. We outsource that. Well, the BOOROWA Touch Football and Netball Carnival Committee say, hey, this is what it's going to cost, and we pay that on its behalf through the resolution that was made and as articulated. The resolution that I had relied upon as general manager was 21-125. The council removed 26,000 from the available financial assistance sponsorship programs to support BOOROWA Touch and Netball Carnival. So it's a budget line item, but the actual cash is somewhat less than that for the traffic part. If the 20, and as I said, the 26 is a number activity-based costing, as in the staff time for slashing, mowing and cleaning of amenities, waste removals and some contingency. The only cash line item that was presented in that May report from 2021 was the traffic control. So maybe to assist councillors that given it's the funding, there before you is 42,506. There is some $20,000 available there for support. Noting the motion put forward by the Deputy Mayor, the rescission of the motions should happen to make it clear for us to undertake it and then form more consistency. Providing the funding, well, that is your decision to that 42,000. But the rest of the recommendations to be consistent with the policy, potentially a further report be back, or notwithstanding a policy exists, you do have the power. You are the council that determine the policies. You do have the power to make that allocation for the traffic committee type part. So, for your consideration,
just a couple of thread, Madam Mayor, a couple of questions. If we withdraw the 26,000, what actually happens towards maintenance of the the ovals and the toilets and so on and so forth?
The allocation would be primarily is I, as General Manager, based upon the direction and resolution of this council, just say, please ensure that the slashing, mowing, cleaning of amenities and waste removal is undertaken on the day. And I just take that out of normal operational budget. It may affect other things to that tune. Again, $15,000 within the operations over a full year. Yeah, it's reallocating people to do it. It's like for Anzac Day. We make sure that everything happens and they just do the job.
I support Councillor Ingram I don't support the specifics that it's 16% and it's getting 42%. In that, I think there's got to be some give and take in these things. I think farmers, as I've said, pay 68% of the rates and get about 16% of services generally. So if you followed that line, you'd be spending a lot more money in areas where we do. But I do generally view, I don't believe you can year in, year out run an event where you're not budgeting for what your actual costs are, because you can't run an event where you're losing money every year. I mean, it's just a very simple fact. If you need to make money for traffic control and those funds are going back, well, you can run an event and lose money. I mean, you can run a community event where it's a kite festival. I don't suppose they make money for the community, the WOOLFEST, but this is actually going back into school resources. And at the end of the day, you've got to acknowledge that the ratepayers of Hilltops are putting money back into resources of 2 schools that we're not doing elsewhere. So effectively, we are sponsoring, it might be whatever it is, upgrade of an oval. They might use those funds to upgrade facilities, and that's not happening elsewhere. So I think there needs to be, and council at the end of the day can then say, okay, well, we think that's reasonable because other businesses benefit. But we're not getting any acknowledgement that we're putting $26,000 into an event and those funds are onflowing into what is one is a private school and the other one's not. And that said, I think we should give the committee of the carnival time to realise that some of these items need to be budgeted into their overall plan. I attended the Kite Festival a couple of months ago, which is rare for me. And I asked them how much it goes on traffic control, and they thought, top of their head, the girl that has been a chair and done a wonderful job for years, thought it was about 8,500, and that comes out of their general allocation of funds from council, which is obviously less than the touch football, but it's not as though they don't benefit. So I think we do need to look at what we service by way of community events and be a bit more transparent in the funding allocations that go, and they need to get acknowledged. I would support a deferral of this to get a report back, which would also include money that goes to Cherry Festival, Kite Festival, and what we're allocating funds for. So there's greater transparency across our council. And I do think going forward, there's going to be a pool of funds coming from the wind farm, just like Graymont provides a pool of funds for the Galong community, and they need to be utilised for events like this.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, through Madam Mayor. Just in relation to the deferral, there is one applicant for the applicant that the committee recommended that they be supported. Just trying to remember which one it was. It was the Conservatorian, the Young Regional Conservator, and they've asked for the money for the 21st and 23rd. If it's deferred to the next meeting, I believe that is.
So we could amend it to support theirs and defer all other decisions.
Yeah, because the next meeting will be the 26th of June. It would just be that one. Everyone else will be fine, although as highlighted by Councillor Piper, for your decision, that is a month.
Okay. Look, Councillor Armstrong, you had your hand up. Councillor Stadmiller, and then I'd like to put my hand up too to have
I just had a question. I had a question that I asked back in 2021. Still haven't got the answer. Was taken on notice. So I suppose if I live long enough, I'll probably get an answer. But I would have thought from 2021 to 2024, I probably could have got one, but I haven't. So I'll ask it again, and hopefully someone in the room will be able to give me an answer rather than taking on notice, because I don't know whether I'm going to live that long. The fee that we charge the hire of the BOOROWA showground for an event. I think it's called a touch football or carnival or something like that. What do you get for your money? I know that it was a couple of grand, so it wasn't cheap. But what do you get for your money?
You get the hire of the ground, councillor.
So does that mean it's mowing?
No, it's the hire of the ground. There's an expectation of there'd be some standard there, but it's the hire of the ground. You get the utilisation of the ground. It's incumbent.
Are the garbage bins empty?
Standard.
Are the garbage bins empty?
Well,
or the garbage bins full when you hire it?
Routinely collected as they're routinely collected. Yeah, there'd be an expectation that the garbage bins are available for their use and they're empty.
I guess the point I'm trying to make here is that the expectation, I would have thought, from the person hiring it would be that the grass wouldn't be a ridiculous length, that the garbage bins would be empty, and generally the services that would normally be supplied there would be supplied. I guess that's the thing that we're talking about here, is we're talking about supplying those sorts of services on a potentially an ongoing basis at a cost. And maybe we should be ensuring that we've got it in there, or those services provided, when you hire it. We would hardly hire out the pavilion or the kitchen facility at the showground if we were in the process of reshooting the walls, re-gyprocking it, painting it, and had an electrician in there, because you couldn't use it. So to me it's quite logical that these services are something that we would normally provide as part of our fee. But I can't work out why we're not just saying it's a $2,100 fee and we'll absorb the $2,100 and away we go. We provide the facility in the way that the facility is expected. And when it comes to the traffic control, well, once again, my beliefs are my beliefs, and I don't believe that council should be providing that, because there's no other event that is not a council event that we provide it to. So we're favouring one facility or one group of users over everybody else in Hilltops. But I just think that if we knew what we provided, then we could probably set the standard from that. But if we don't know what we provide, well, I think we're buggered.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can only just again refer to my May 2021. They'd listed the things that we provided and the costings that it would take. There was what I was asked to provide, a report on what the estimated cost to council would be, and that was it, based upon all of the things that you've articulated.
But what we provide in the normal course of a facilities hire.
Yeah, and that wasn't necessarily the question that was posed.
No, I know that, and it wasn't within the scope of the report either. And for that, I'm dreadfully sorry that I didn't include it. But as I said, I asked the question back then, and all I got was stupid looks. And you're the only person that's ever told me what we get.
I'm
a bit doubtful that you're 100% certain that that's the way it's supplied.
They are the costs. What I am certain of is the cash contribution that we've made through that through the resolution. Costs have been allocated to it, but it's also particularly in relation to the support for this event that we've covered the cost of the traffic control to whatever the amount was.
Okay. Councillor Stadmiller.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of things on this one. I don't like to see kids missing out on sport, dozens, hundreds of kids, especially if it's netball and touch football, because they're great sports for kids to be playing. It's a great facility at BOOROWA. This needs to be looked at, but so does the whole policy to cap it at a particular rate of $2,500 and probably not have enough money in there in the first place is not ideal. It really is a miserable amount of money, $50,000, when you look at the number of villages and towns that we've got and how we have to carve it up. But in saying that, we're legislators at a local level, so if the policy needs changing, we need to change it. If we need to get something through for the Conservatory of Music tonight, we need to, and if we need to defer it so that the BOOROWA Carnival can go ahead, I'm going to support that at this stage. But I also want to see the organisers of the carnival come to council and sit down with the councillors, not be at arm's length, and discuss their needs, their desires and their wants for the carnival each year. And we see some bank balances and how they put things together, because it probably can't go on forever. I'm going to support it this year, but if we get rid of the miserable figure of $50,000, you put it in contrast with the hundreds of thousands of dollars we saved in what I and a number of councillors believe to be unnecessary purchase of plant equipment last month, and put another $60,000 in this fund. It makes a lot of people happier, and a lot of groups and organisations a lot happier. I think there's a lot of groups out there that are a little bit scared to come to council for anything because it's really not worth their while. They might get a window fixed at the soccer club or something, which was one of the outcomes of last year's report. So I'll leave it at that. But I think there's probably enough people around the table to defer this tonight and get this thing over the line this year. But there needs to be changes going forward, and we need to work with the committee to achieve the outcomes they want and achieve the outcomes we want going forward. Thank you.
With your indulgence,
Okay.
Madam Mayor, could I just clarify something that I said earlier?
Yes,
I'll
yes,
I'll
Councillor
keep it
Ingram.
short. It's in regard to the carnival. The carnival will happen. The carnival will go ahead. It's been spoken that there's a fee for the ground, and council will make sure that that work is done. No one's going to miss out. The grounds will be presented. They will be there. They will be done. Carnival will go ahead. I've said council's paid for the traffic before, and I believe it should again. The rest of the money, the touch football, netball organisation aren't going to miss it, because everything's going to be done. It's not cash, as the general manager said. All we're doing by saying leaving that figure of 26 there is taking $14,000 or $15,000 off other people applying for these funds. The work will still be done for the carnival. Of course it will be done. But instead of offsetting that $12,000 or $14,000 out of this fund to that work, it'll be done this course of the day. Of course it'll be done. It just means we're taking 12 or 14, whatever the number is, off other organisations who might be there. I'd love to see the traffic money paid, 10 to 12,000, not a problem. Pay the $2,100 for the facility, and the facility will be presented like it should be, and it has been every other year. It's a non-cash matter, the rest of the money. Except that if we write it off that way, 5 or 6 other groups miss out. That's my point. I don't want to see the kids or anyone miss out. But it needs to be clear what my intent is in regard to the traffic and the presentation of the ground. It'll still be done.
So it won't hurt to defer it, just to make it clearer for everyone and to give the supporters an opportunity to come and actually speak to us.
Okay.
I was just going to say too, when Matt said, a couple of hundred kids playing sport.
It's 4,000.
It's actually 4,300 kids playing sport.
Yeah.
Like, it blows your mind, really. It's 49 schools, 431 teams. I mean, it's crazy numbers. So we need to support it.
Thanks.
Do any of them pay entry fees, Joe?
Can I have a go? I think I did put my hand up.
Sorry, Madam Mayor.
Saying that I might
You
be
could probably answer the question anyway.
Thank you. Look, I'd just make the point that this started off with 2 schools, in the 1960s, and it has grown to what I call is a Hilltops event. 4,000 children, every child of the right age has the opportunity to take part in a carnival that otherwise they most probably never will experience in their life. It doesn't matter your ability. you still have the chance to play, to be included, and to be part of the wider world. The two schools, it has grown out of sight. The teachers put in their time voluntarily for the organisation. The two schools, to my mind, the thanks that they get for organising this mega event, which I would like to see as one of the flagship events of the Hilltops, because it's for the children of our Hilltops. And as such, I think it is vitally important. But the recompense that these two schools, one is systemic, which is like the public Catholic system, if you like, and the other public school. They are funded to a certain extent. Anything else that they want to provide for the children of our Hilltops, the fact that they live in BOOROWA, to my mind, is irrelevant. It's for the children of our Hilltops. The reward or the money that they get back is what they raise from the canteen. And they buy all the goods locally, and the money that they use goes back into providing opportunities and also materials that the children otherwise would miss out. It is based in BOOROWA, but to my mind, these schools are just the hosts for a carnival that stretches over our Hilltops, includes all of our Hilltops. Councillor Mackie just gave the figures, over 4,000 kids involved. Most probably there aren't any councillors here, but I have a feeling when this was raised before, there was even a councillor who'd been involved in it. Well, there you go. We've got a councillor here. Yeah, but for us not to fund, and in this case, I take Councillor Ingram's point, the grounds will be there. It's just the way that the money has been costed. And if we remove that, it removes a big impediment, if you like. But I see this as vitally important for all our children and for my grandchildren. 2 have already taken part in it, and I've only got another 5 to go. But it takes in everybody who wants to be involved, and all the schools and the teachers who put their time into organising it are to be congratulated. And as I said, I see that these 2 schools and BOOROWA as a town are the hosts for what has grown exponentially and has become almost, I think it's the biggest carnival in Australia of this type. And the reputational kudos that we get as a Hilltops and the reputational damage that will be done to us if we are saying we're not going to support it. And that's just, in this committee, I'm just putting forward my thoughts. Okay.
Through you, Madam Mayor. At this very minute, they are asking for 26,000.
No, they're not. So just maybe to assist, 26,000 has been allocated from this program.
Right. Okay.
For the support.
At this minute, how much would Hilltops Council be prepared to allow them to have?
To date, the amount of cash that has been supported has been to the quantum of the traffic control.
Can we have a figure on how much, please?
Well, the figure that I had back in 2021, the estimated was just under $11,000 traffic control at the point. It wasn't held that year. I don't have the actual figure of the traffic control, but I suspect it would be anywhere between 12 to 14,000 based upon increasing in costs. So
who needs the money by next month?
It's actually, thank you, Councillor Flannery. Basically, well, one, we've had just again, going back to process, we've had a mover and a seconder for.
Are we still in committee?
We are still in committee, and so Councillor Foreman and Fitzgerald have moved a construct, let us say, not quite defined at this point. I think the debate has moved on from that. What you then moved, Councillor Flannery, is the Young Regional Conservatorium sponsorship, 2,500 for their event. It would be held prior to the next meeting, and the policy does say no retrospective funding. So I've had the minute secretary draft something for people's consideration, is that Council A allocate to the Young Regional Conservatorium sponsorship of 2,500 be paid for their event, and B, defer the rest of the report, which encapsulates everything else that you've talked about. And then we bring back the report, which will be the quantum, what is there. I will have the traffic figure as well for you to.
I move we come out of committee so I can move that way, as you just described.
Yep.
I did notice.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to foreshadow an amendment.
Okay, foreshadow.
An amendment.
It was
Councillor.
and it's Fitzgerald and Flannery. So I thought to move out.
Out?
Of,
Is that right?
Yep, out.
Okay.
Out of committee.
Righto. So
So that we've moved out of the committee.
we have to vote on it,
Well,
don't we?
well, not as yet, because Councillor Armstrong has foreshadowed a motion. We will then vote upon the motion. Can you share that emotion? The motion. No, we just voted to come out. Oh,
No, we haven't voted.
oh, sorry, we haven't voted. Sorry.
We haven't voted yet. Those in favour of moving out of committee? Unanimous. Thank you.
Go picking me up. Okay, so
I'd like to move that we defer this report, that we pay the Young Regional Conservatoriums 2,500 as in the program, and the rest of the report we defer to the next.
So the minute secretary will now share the report, but before that gets passed, and that would be Foreman and Fitzgerald, you're okay with that motion, Councillor, for to defer, and then before we do a vote upon that, pending the outcome of that vote, we need to hear from Councillor Armstrong for his foreshadowed motion should this motion not pass.
My foreshadowed motion will be the original recommendation.
Okay, original recommendation. All right. Thank you, Councillor.
And I have a question to the Mayor. Have we got any declarations of interest in regards to this item?
Yes.
Councillor Dodd.
Councillor Dodd.
Thank you.
I have a question. Is there a reason they don't charge an entry fee?
There is a nomination fee.
Per child.
$2 to get in for a car or something?
Well, cost per child is $52, including bus and entry fees for visiting schools.
Sorry, Joe, how much, was it $2?
I mean, this could be dated by a couple of years, could be more now, but cost per child, $52 includes bus and entry fees for visiting schools.
And where does that money go to? Does that pay for the cost of the bus?
Well, it could be bus and the fees. I read to each team supplies, referees, scorer and coach. You know, that's why deferral would be good because we need more detail. That's true.
Okay.
So just procedurally, Madam Mayor, it's modified the motion. You were the mover of the motion and you changed it. Your seconder has then put forward. Can you share that? Yeah, can you share that again, just so that people can see that? I just want to make sure procedurally, if you don't accept the change that's been put forward, that allocate to the Young Regional Conservatorium sponsorship 2,000 be paid for their event and defer the rest of the report. If you're not satisfied with that, then that's it. So that is the thank you. That is now the motion before you, councillors.
Okay, and
Madam Mayor, do we need a date for the deferral of the report? It doesn't say to the next.
to the June.
To the June meeting. We'll need to bring it back because we'll spend and allocate the funds to the this financial year because that's when it's been budgeted.
Okay. Everybody happy? I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Councillor Ingram, Norman, say those again.
Those against?
Councillor
Councillor Armstrong. Okay, thank you, councillors. It has been passed. All right, let's go down to notice of motion 14.1, conduct of a poll for the potential demerger of Hilltops councillor. The recommendation is there. Councillor Ingram. That's all right.
So we're up to notice of motion.
We are.
Okay, thank you.
And you're the mover, and
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
we
Councillors, no doubt you read the notice of motion in the business paper. In accordance with the provisions, I don't want to go on about all that. It's exactly as it reads. The following question to be asked at the poll: do you support the demerger of Hilltops Council and the reformation of the former BOOROWA Shire, Harden Shire and Young Shire? Yes or no? Very, very straightforward, very simple. The summary, well, there's been some recent changes to some legislation, albeit only minor, and the pathway is nearly just as colluded and difficult as it was before, thanks to the no backbone of both the Labor and the Coalition, not supporting an amendment put up by the Greens. So those changes, well, yes, under section 215, there's an opportunity. It's have been under no false ideas about how difficult the process still is. So as I say there, this notice of motion is not about asking for a demerger. It's simply something that I spoke about before, about councillors giving the community a chance to voice their opinion, an opportunity that they have never been given. All they were given when the demerger talks were on was misinformation from Mr. Baird and Mr. O'Toole and a few of their cronies. Lines like economy of scale, the great lines are right for a salesperson. It worked through my being naive at the time. I think you can only put at the end of that, and being guided along by people that I respected at the time and had some faith in what they were saying in the reports that they were having done in regard to merging councillors, only to find out, and it didn't take long to find out that that was misinformation and not what was going to happen and not what has happened. So that's just a bit of commentary from me being involved from the start. But as I say in the report, it is quite obvious from discussions that councillors received differing feedback from the community in regards to the amalgamated council. And I understand that. We mix in different circles and we talk to different people, so it's only natural. But I just believe it is imperative that the new incoming council have a clear understanding of the community sentiment so they can concentrate on achieving the community's expectations. And if that poll was to come back with a decisive no, well, guess what? We get on with business. It comes back at yes, you still get on with your business, just behind the scenes, there would be actions that would need to be taken. But that's a long way off, and that's a far cry from where we are tonight. I mentioned where the funding source would come from, which has to be done with a recommendation like this, or a notice of motion like this, I should say. But councillors, that's all it's about. It's about saying to the community, yes or no, tick the box. To give them a voice for once and for all, to stop all the debate going around with different people hearing different stories. And that's only natural, as I said before. But how I'd vote on it, people seem to think they know what I'd vote, but that's a very game move, trying to read my mind of what I would vote. But what I'm saying is I'm willing to give the community a chance to have their say. They elected us to the council to represent them. And on 3 previous occasions in this term of council, we have denied them the right to have their say. I just thought I'd give it one last chance for councillors to take that on board and see if they would be prepared to at least give their community a say. So thank you for your indulgence once again, councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. I think we need a seconder. So we have a mover, Councillor Ingram, seconder, Councillor Flannery. Okay. Those in, yes. Beg your pardon? Yes. I can just.
Can I just ask something? Because I don't really have the memory of getting involved when it first happened. But when we went to the community like we did with the SRV, did that happen? Was there community consultation when it was all mooted that?
Yes, the government at the time, like they had appointed people to go to each area where there was councils to be amalgamated. The lady's name slips me now. There's a lady who came here. The council arms can help me. I can't think of her name. Anyway, and, yeah,
Virginia Chadwick.
Amalgamated the government.
Virginia Chadwick.
To sell it, to explain what was going to happen. They had paid a lot of money for reports to be done into the matter that have never been released to the public. You'd have to ask my dad and them about why that happened. But yes, there was a representative sent to each community, and there was community meetings. They weren't overly attended. I can tell you, I attended, I think, all that were held at the time. There wasn't a lot of people at some of those meetings. The feeling was pretty strong that time that I don't only speak about the young community at that time that didn't want to be part of it. I supported it as mayor because of what I've been told by Mr. Baird and the rest of them. So, and as everyone in this room, I'm pretty well sure they know that I spent a considerable time in my life, 5 or 6 years, doing the best I could to see that it could work. And there's nothing to say that it won't work in time, but it just hasn't worked yet. So I'm open to that, and that's what it's all about, and that's all this notice of motion is about tonight. It's not about any over the top. It is simply, do we think we should give our community a say to have their thoughts? They said they didn't get a say at the time. We were sold the lines. It's probably more appropriate now, after 8 years, that the community can gauge in their mind whether they think the levels of service have gone up or down, or the increase in charges covering the services. They've had time to take on board what's happened and transpired in each of the 3 communities in the last 3 years, and that's as simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Can I just throw in, I don't know if anybody is aware that as from the 10th of May, we were gazetted as a regional council. We are no longer large rural, but we are actually gazetted as a regional. Okay, so I'll just inform everybody. No, we are regional. We're the only one in this area, really. We're surrounded by rural, but we have been gazetted as regional.
Does it give us more grants?
No, I'm just telling you what the Gazette was.
It was 2 council areas that were upgraded to regional rural.
Yes, but in this area, we're the only one.
Yeah, we're the only one in this area.
We're the only one in this area, which, yeah. Okay. Councillor Stadmiller, you had your hand up, and then.
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Stadmiller.
Thank you. Yes, going back to how it all happened was described pretty well there by Councillor Ingram. We had a lady come out by the last name of Chadwick. Her mother, Virginia, actually was in the upper house of the New South Wales Parliament and a member of the Liberal Party, and she has a marble statue of her bust in there amongst the rest of the statues. So it was a pretty good indication as to what we might get, because her daughter came out and was the convener of the Boundaries Commission meetings that we had. One was held at the Harden Country Club, where upwards of 300 to 400 people turned up. We came back with a resounding 87 to 90%. We don't really want to merge with anyone, but we'd been told to find a dance partner. And that was meant to be Cootamundra, because we shared a computer system with them, which we'd purchased a couple of years beforehand. But the deal on was to push us with BOOROWA and Young behind the scenes and invest in a computer system that continues to plague the council after 8 years and has cost several $1 million. I think it's 14 now or something. It could be 15. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's just one of the mishaps that happened here. It doesn't really matter if this doesn't get up tonight. I don't know if it will. I think the power's going into the people's hands now with Hilltops discussion pages and Hilltops action group pages, and they'll probably just hold their own polls on the day and then provide the new set of councillors, whether it's any of us or one of us or all of us, depending on who stands, with their feelings, as Tumbarumba did in the past, held a poll, and I think it came back about 90% as well. But we've been here 8 years. We've had 7 deficits in the 8 years, 1 minor surplus, and we've had a rate variation of 100% proposed for us, which none of us found very palatable in voting for. But we can expect that that's only going to get worse and probably go up to 120 or 140%. But what we miss out, and what Joanne probably doesn't understand, or Councillor Mackie, is the lack of self-determination we have as Hilltops, because geographically my native community is Harden Murrumborough. That's where I've grown up and spent about 37 of my 39 years. I spent a little bit of time in BOOROWA going to school. I spent a little bit of time in Young going to school alongside Harden. And I know some of the surrounding villages, but it's a huge area and it's really hard to get across and understand all the issues. And it's going to continue to be that way, and it's going to be probably even more difficult if we end up with 9 councillors. The Mayor had just mentioned that we've been upgraded to another level of council. Well, I think we needed 20-odd thousand people to do that, so we might have just ticked over. But people are miserable in Harden at the moment. We've got huge cost of living pressures. There's talk of a food bank starting if they can find a vacant building that would actually be habitable and didn't have pigeons or mice or rats in it, as is most of the lower end of Neil Street's CBD. But it's the self-determination that we're lacking. And Councillor Flannery would remember that there were 7 of us there before. And if there was a problem that needed dealing with, it was dealt with. And we would share in the issues with the community, and we'd represent the community. And I've heard him say before that someone's turned up and dropped a dog off on his property and expected that that's his problem. That goes outside the confines of being a councillor, and I've received phone calls at 6:15 in the morning and 11:30 at night regarding different issues, and some things I can't help them with, and no doubt Councillor Flannery can't. So this next vote for this, when it comes to the next election, is going to determine the future of the old council areas, Harden, BOOROWA and Young. And depending on people running tickets or more popular people running or the public being upset with a number of us, we may not get on. The numbers could change dramatically, the makeup could change dramatically, and the future of Hilltops would change dramatically, and it may be detrimental to every one of those communities. And I know what it was like in the good old days when I started 12 years ago at Harden. There were 7 councillors looking after a community. There was a general manager there. We had good staff that wanted to be part of the workforce. And we've lost a lot of those good staff now. And the staff are there at the moment suffering, I think, mental health issues. And I'm just disappointed with the whole process and don't know what to do. But pretty hard to get a job at the moment these days as well. So they're stuck in a rut. So
okay,
I'll leave you with it. Thank you very much. I probably had a bit longer. Anyway.
do we have anybody? Councillor Fitzgerald?
Yeah, I'll still talk against it, and for a couple of reasons which I've got. And I take all the points that Councillor Stadmill has raised, which I think a lot of them are things that we actually as a council, a merged or a demerged council, can't really deal with. So I'll take those as, yeah, there's people who aren't doing as well as they could be in this time. And I take some of the points that Councillor Ingram raised, and I agree with him. But I need to talk about the people that I'm mixed with and the circle and so forth. And there isn't a big sort of community upswell on this issue about the merger. It's more about lots and lots of other things. So I don't think it's that thing is there. I agree there's some people who talk about it, but I don't see it as a huge issue. The thing that concerns me is that one of the things that we agreed on at the end of last year, and I think it was Councillor Armstrong who moved it and I voted for it, is to conduct a referendum on the number of councillors we should have in Hilltops go from 11 to 9. I think that's a good step. And I think that I just hate that issue to get confused with demerger and yeses and nos and confusion there. I wouldn't like that. And the other thing that concerns me, because there isn't a big community upswell, the cost of this, I don't know the cost, but is it the right way of spending the funds the community have asked us to spend? If it isn't there, if it's some people sort of saying, you know, there's a small group who want to do this or want to discuss this, should we be spending funds on that until there's a community upswell? I'm not sure about that. But given that it's just, I don't feel it out there, I'll vote against this, and maybe we can have a look at this motion again in the future. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Armstrong and then Councillor Foreman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just ask councillors to consider this, that you ask people how many dogs or how many canaries or goldfish they can keep, but you're not prepared to ask them whether they support a forced amalgamation or not. At the end of the day, you don't have to do anything about it. You're simply asking the question. But it appears to me that too many councillors sitting around that table are too frightened to get an answer, because you don't know what the answer is going to be. I'm not frightened about the answer, and I don't know what the answer is going to be. I just want people to have their say, because that's the one thing that you're not giving them. But when it comes to dogs, cats, or goldfish, or naming street names, you're quite happy to go that way. Why is it that you are so frightened, so afraid to get a response, to get an answer? I take what Councillor Fitzgerald's saying, that in the circle he moves in, people don't talk about it. I've had people tell me that they haven't mentioned it to me because they don't want to embarrass me. I said, look, you won't embarrass me. I've got a hide thicker than Jesse the elephant. So if you're not happy with something, open up. And then they open up. And it's the dissatisfaction with the organisation. It's the dissatisfaction with the direction of the organisation. It's the dissatisfaction with the financial hole the organisation has got itself into that festers. Let's give them the opportunity of telling us. You don't have to do anything about it if you don't want to, even though in September probably the new crew will want to do something about it. But at least give them the opportunity.
Have I said something to this? I have actually. Councillor Armstrong, you finished? Have you completed?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Righto.
I just have a couple of questions to you. Firstly, I actually am unsure how a poll works. So, first, no, but as far as is this poll compulsory? Do they have to answer the question? Do you think that it will? Do we have to give any education around the question? Do we have to go out with any pamphlets, any notification so they actually understand the questions that they're asking? And also, will we get a true read? Because, you know, we're 8 years in and we have people that were 10 when the amalgamation happened going along to vote on a poll, and they probably, in all honesty, would not know what the question even is about.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are you asking me or asking the mayor?
I think, just generally. You're asking Councillor Ingram?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Foreman. You've obviously done your homework, and yes, there would have to be some information provided in regards to the poll, so that the people coming to vote, as you mentioned, someone might be younger and not fully understand what they've been asked. The first thing is it's not binding, as been pointed out by Councillor a minute ago. It's not binding, and there would need to be some information supplied to people about why the reason the question's been asked, and it's about customer satisfaction. It's not overcomplicated or overcolluded. It's pretty simple, and I find the best way to get a result out of things, again, me being pretty practical, it's yes or no. But there will be some information supplied around to some people and put out there in the public domain. But that's no different than any other matter that happens before council. So I hope that answers your query about that. Thank you.
Councillor Flannery.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't want to talk because I want to get out of here, but I will say I would struggle to find one good reason why you shouldn't say to people, what do you think? And I can tell you very honestly, I've got plenty of people that say to me, the merger is not a go anymore. And I've got plenty of people that say to me, how can we demerge? Not everyone that I know says, there's people that, one bloke said to me tonight, oh, it's too late for that, isn't it? But the reality is all we're doing is asking the community what they think. And we might well get, if you're right, and a lot of people don't know anything about it, they might actually vote, that quite happy with the status quo. And the ones that were really against it and are lying 6 feet under now, they don't get a say anymore.
Would you like to speak again?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Only very quickly, because if we're doing our job as councillors, then we should be scouting out all the time about people's opinions about certain things, especially important things. So I don't know why it has to become a formal poll. When we're out there in the community, people can approach us, have a discussion. Tony said there are people he knows that will swing both ways. And I just, very quickly last night I was at a meeting because I don't really know how people think. And so I just said to them, can you give me a bit of an indication? A really good cross-section of people in the room. Honestly, this isn't telling a lie. 100% of people said, why would you go down that road to demerge? And, so I just think if there are situations like that between now and September, take the opportunity to actually speak to people and get an idea. I don't think we have to do a formal thing. That's our job, to go out and listen to people.
Joe, wouldn't they just vote no?
Pardon?
Wouldn't they just vote no?
What do you mean?
Well, the people that don't want to demerge.
No, what I'm saying, Greg, is why wait till September and do a formal thing? We've got the capacity to listen to our community. We've got to
ask everyone. Every ratepayer gets the opportunity to comment.
We know
in a poll.
It doesn't get involved in the nitty gritty.
That's the great thing about
councillors. I don't think we're in committee at the moment. We have had people speak for and against. I haven't had a say, but as mayor, I just say I was elected as a Hilltops councillor, and 8 years on from somebody who was living in the Harden Shire, now lives in the Young Shire, but I am a Hilltops councillor. I live in Hilltops. We are now regional, and I look to the future, not to the past. It's time, I think. We'll put it to the vote.
I'll have my right of reply.
Okay, after Councillor Ingram's right of reply, then we'll go to the vote.
Thank you. I might just mention, Madam Mayor, the only thing our beautiful Hilltops got going forward is the deficit. But I don't want to talk about the pros and cons of that side of this debate, because I stated when I put the notice of motion on the table in the document and spoke to it, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about giving our community the democratic right to have to say yes or no. I also mentioned it in respect to Councillor Mackey's point about at a meeting and talking to people and they were saying they're happy. I mentioned in the feedback that different councillors receive differing feedback from depending where you are. And I don't want to get into which communities benefit and don't benefit. It's simply, plain and simple, about asking and giving the community a chance to say what they think about it. There's nothing vindictive, there's nothing underneath. It's very open, cut and dry. I put the notice of motion up on some social media sites myself to get a bit of, see what kicked around. I had a number come through different sites saying, yeah, they supported. I had a number of community members who are concerned asked me questions in regard to it, which I tried to address without being cynical or smart, which I think most people accepted. And there was varying opinions. So we've come this far. So I know there's different opinions out there, but the only way that I can see, I think that would be the best thing for a new incoming council would be to have it put to bed one way or another. And that's simply by, we don't have to do anything. We're giving our community who put us here an opportunity to have their say. And I think the community is entitled to that. So thank you again for your indulgence.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, everybody happy? I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour of the recommendation? Those against? Okay. The motion is lost, but thank you, councillors, for your debate.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we are now 4 minutes to 10. Under the Code of Meeting Practice, there is a time limit to conclude no later than 10 o'clock. However, Council can resolve to extend the meeting till 10:30.
All right. Happy. First of all, we have to
extend the meeting.
Extend the meeting, and then we'll talk about that. All right. Thank you, Councillor Foreman. And a seconder, Councillor Fitzgerald. Those in favour? Okay, passed. If needed, we'll extend it. Now, GM, can we?
Now we go.
Councillor Fleming's motion.
And now we go into confidential matters.
Yes, we move into confidential.
Oh, we need to vote for that? Yes,
we haven't had a vote. Happy to move. Thanks, Councillor Ingram. Councillor Foreman, those in favour? Yep, unanimous. Okay.
Can you make?
Good evening. We're now out of confidential. The resolutions of council on the following reports. 15.224/137 update on landfill airspace at Bald Hill Regional Landfill. Council resolved to receive and note the report. 15.3-24/138- award of contract RFQ 30 smoke testing inspections of Young Harden BOOROWA sewer mains. Council resolved to receive and note the report on the RFQ 30 smoke testing inspections of Young Harden and BOOROWA sewer mains. Award the contract for the smoke testing to the successful tenderer to the and then delegate authority to the general manager to award the contract and expend the funds. 15.4-23/139 award of contract RFQ 31 manhole inspection of Young Harden and BOOROWA sewer mains. Council resolved to receive and note the report on RFQ 31 manhole inspection of Young Harden and BOOROWA sewer mains. B, award the contract RFQ 31 manhole inspections to the successful tenderer, and C, delegate authority to the general manager to execute all necessary documentation associated with awarding of this contract and expend funds as required. 15.5-23/140 awarded contract RFT 18 Jugiyong Memorial Swimming Centre upgrade. Council resolved to receive and note the report on RFT 18 Jugiyong Memorial Swimming Centre upgrade. B, award the contract to the successful tenderer, and C, delegate authority to the general manager to execute all necessary documentation associated with this contract and expend funds as required within current budgets. 15.6-24/141 review of evaluation process for RFT 20 Rockdale Road upgrade. Council resolved to receive and note the report. 15.7-24/142 expression of interest license for the management of Young Aquatic Centre. The recommendation council resolved to receive and note the report on EOI 1 license of management Young Aquatic Centre. Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, councillors, for your attendance. declare the meeting closed at